So first of all, I'm going to show you the demo of our project. So here you can see that this is the first page of our Gmail clone. So in this page, you can see that here is a button that is sign in with the Google button. So whenever we click the sign in with the Google button, at that time we will be redirected to the home page. So I'm going to click on the sign in with the Google button. At that time, a pop-up will be arrived and we will be redirected to the home page after login by using our Google account. Okay. So in our home page, you can see that there is a navbar and a left panel, right panel, etc. So in the navbar, you can see that here is the logo, Gmail, and a search. A text field is here, and here you can see the profile section. So first of all, I'm going to click on the profile section. So in the profile section, you can see that the email ID, then the name of the user, and here is the logout button. Okay, then also here you can see the profile image. So next I'm going to show you the sidebar. So in the sidebar you can see there is a compose button. So compose button is used to enter the mail. So when I click this compose, you can see that here is a pop-up arrived. So here you can see that I'm going to type the mail ID of the recipient. So here I'm going to give the mail ID as like this way, and I'm going to give the subject, and I'm giving the content as like this way. Then next I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that we have sent the mail. So next I'm going to log in by using the other account. So here I'm going to take the other account and I'm going to log in by using that account. So here you can see that in the home page, this is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. So in the mail you can see that there is three icon, that is a star icon, a snooze icon, and a delete icon. So when I click this delete icon, you can see that that mail has gone. Okay. So next I'm going to send a mail again as like this way. So next I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that in the other mail account, here is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. Then here next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this star icon. I'm going to click on this starred in the left panel. So here you can see that the mail that we have starred. Okay. So next I'm going to do is in the inbox, I'm going to click on this snooze icon. So at that time you can see that this mail will be gone from the inbox, and you can see that I'm going to click on the snoozed icon here or snoozed button here. At that time that mail will be in the snoozed. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to click on the send. You can see that the message or mail that we have sent before. Okay, fine. Then next what I'm going to show you that here you can see that I'm going to search for a particular user as like this way. So now you can see that we can search for that particular user. The next what I'm going to do is here in the right panel you can see that there is three icon. That is one icon is for calendar, then the icon for contacts, then icon for notes or task. So I'm going to click on the calendar icon, and here I'm going to do is to add an event. So I'm going to add an event like product launch, and I am going to select a date. So here I am going to select this date. The next I'm going to click on add button. Then I am going to click on show. At that time you can see that the event that we have added. Okay. So next I'm going to click on the contacts icon, and I am going to add a contact as like this way, and I'm going to give a random number here, and I'm going to click on add button. At the time you can see that when I click the show button here you can see the name and the mobile number. Then next I'm going to click on the task icon. At that time you can see that we can add a to do. So here I'm going to add a to do as like this way. Then I'm going to click on the add button, and next I'm going to click on the show button. At that time you can see the to do that we have added. Okay. So this is the section in the right panel. So we have discussed about this inbox, start, snooze, send, and compose button, and here as well. Then I have told about this search bar, and here you can see that there is a profile section. Then next I'm going to show you the responsiveness of the app. So I'm going to take the inspect, and here you can see that this is responsive. I'm going to take the smallest device from here. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this profile section, and here you can see that there is a sign out button. So I'm going to click on this sign out button, and we will be redirected to the sign in page after logout.
If this video is helpful to you, please consider subscribing to the channel.
I have created a new React.js project using create React app, and I have removed all the boilerplate codes or unwanted files. Then I have changed the app.js component. Here you can see the project. So first of all, I am going to do is to create the sign in page of the Gmail account. So here you can see that this is the sign in page, the model of the sign in page of the Gmail account. So I'm going to create a page similar to this. So first of all, I am going to do is to install the Material UI into our project. So for that, I'm going to take the Material UI website. Here I am going to click on this first link. Next, I am going to click on this Get Started button. So I am going to click on this installation button. Okay, in this installation page, you can see that at the beginning itself, there is commands for installing Material UI into our project. So I'm going to copy the command. Next, I'm going to run the command in the new terminal. So here, I'm going to run this command. So now Material UI will be installed into our project. So Material UI has been installed into our project. We can see it in the package.json. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to create a new component called the sign in the components folder. So here in this components folder, I'm going to create a new component called the sign in as like this way. Next, I'm going to call this sign in component in this app.js as like this way. So now you can see that here. Then next I'm going to do is to use the button component from the material UI. So here I am going to use the button component as like this way. So I have imported the button from material UI. Next I am going to give the name of the button. As in this clone, I am going to use the Google authentication itself for login. So I'm going to give the name of the button as sign in with Google as like this way. Then I'm going to give the size as I'm going to give the variant as contained. So now you can see the button here as like this way. So here you can see that this is the sign in page of the Gmail account. So here you can see there is a text as create a Google account and enter your name. So I am going to give or use the H1 tag here. I'm giving as create your Google clone account as like this way. Then here I am going to give as in the H3 tag, click the sign in button. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Next, I am going to give a style to this H1 tag and the H3 tag. Here in this style, I am going to give as font weight 200 I'm giving this same style into this h3 tag also. So I'm going to copy that and to paste it here. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Next, I'm going to do is to put this inside another div as like this way. I'm going to paste this h1 tag, h3 tag and this button here. Next, I'm going to do is to give a style for this div, border 1px solid gray. Okay, so now you can see the border here. So I'm going to give a padding to that div. That is, I'm giving as 20px. Next, I'm going to give a style to this div. That is, I'm giving as position absolute top 40 percentage, left 35 percentage. So now you can see the structure as like this way. It is in the center. Okay. Then next I'm going to give a style to this div, that is text align to center. So now you can see that the text is aligned as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to give a border radius also here. Border radius of about 5 px. Okay. Then after that I'm going to use an image tag above all that other tags. So here I am going to give the source attribute, and inside the source attribute I am going to use an image. So I have already downloaded an image of Google. So I'm going to import that image into the project. So for that I am going to create a new folder called images. So I'm going to import an image, that is this image, into this images folder. Okay. So this is the image that we are going to use. So first of all, I'm going to import that into the component as social from images slash social png. Okay, then I'm going to use this social inside this source attribute as like this way. So now you can see the image here. Next, I'm going to give the style for that image to reduces the size. That is, I'm giving the width as 30 px. I'm going to increases the size. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to reduce as the top here. I'm giving as 25 percentage. And next I'm going to do is to increases the height of this div. So here I am going to give the height of the div as 310, and here I am giving as 20 percentage, and also I am reducing the left to 30 percentage. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So this is the sign in page of the original Gmail website. So this is the sign in page of our Gmail clone. So next I'm going to do is to give an h2 tag here. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to give the functionality for this sign in with the Google button. So for that I'm going to use the Firebase authentication. So I'm going to the Firebase website, and here I'm going to click on this first link. Then we will be redirected to a section. Here I'm going to click on this get started button. Next I'm going to click on this add project button, and I'm going to give the name of the project as Gmail clone. Then next I'm going to click on this continue button. After that I'm going to disable this analytics, and I'm going to click on this create project. Next, a new Firebase project will be created. So our new Gmail clone project is created. I'm going to click on the continue button. Okay. So next we will be redirected to the console of our project. Here you can see that Gmail clone. So here you can see that there is three icons. That is iOS, Android, and web. So today we are going to create the website. So I'm going to click on this web icon. Then we can see that first of all we need to do is we need to register the app. So for registering app, we need to give the name of the app. I am going to give the name of the app as Gmail clone. So here I am going to give as Gmail clone. Next I am going to click on the register app button. So as a second step, we need to install the Firebase into our project. So as I am using npm, I am going to copy this command and to run the command in the new terminal. So now Firebase will be installed into our project. So Firebase has been installed into our project. So now you can see that in the package.json, here is a Firebase. Okay. So next I'm going to the Firebase. Here you can see that after installation, we need to copy this code snippet and paste it in our project. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder called Firebase, and I'm going to create a new file inside this folder. I'm giving it as setup.js. So here I'm going to paste that code snippet completely, and I'm going to remove these commands as like this way. So here you can see that here is a Firebase config which contains API key, auth domain, project ID, etc. We don't want to bring any changes to this Firebase config. So I'm going to minimize this. So you can see that here they have initialized the app by importing the initialized app from the Firebase app, and they have assigned that into the app variable. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to import one thing from the Firebase auth. So for that, first of all, I'm going to enable the authentication in the Firebase. So after this code snippet, I'm going to click on this continue to console button. Then here you can see that in the sidebar, there is a build button. So I am going to click on that build button. And in this build button, you can see authentication, app check, Firestore database, real-time database, etc. So from here, I'm going to click on this authentication. Then next, I'm going to click on the get started button. So after clicking this get started button, we will be redirected to this authentication page. From here, you can see that there are different providers. So here you can see that there is native providers, that is email, password, or phone, or anonymous, like that. So here you can see that there is additional providers, that is Google, Facebook, Play Games, GitHub, Twitter, etc. And here also there is custom providers. So in this project, I'm going to use the Google as the provider. So I'm going to click on this Google icon. Then you can see that I'm going to enable this, select my Gmail account. Okay. Next, I'm going to click on the save button. Then you can see the notification that is Google is enabled. Okay. Then next, I'm going to the project, and here I'm going to import one thing from the Firebase auth. So that is import from Firebase auth as like this way. So the thing that I am going to import from Firebase auth is get auth. Okay, so we have first imported the get auth from the Firebase auth. So next I'm going to do is to define another variable. So here after app, I'm going to define another variable, and I'm giving the name of the variable as auth, and I'm going to assign the get auth function as like this way. Then inside this get auth function, I'm going to pass the app variable. Okay, so the thing is that when we are using this Firebase Firestore or the authentication, the common thing that we need to do is to pass this app into this function as an argument. Okay, so I'm going to copy this app and to pass it here. Then next, I'm going to export this auth variable for using it in other files. Okay, so first we have imported the get auth from the Firebase auth. Then the next thing that we need to import is, we know that we are using the Google as the provider. So I'm going to import Google auth provider from the same Firebase auth as like this way. As like that of auth, I'm going to create or define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as Google provider. And I'm going to assign the Google auth provider function as like this way. New Google auth provider. And inside this Google auth provider also, I'm going to pass the app function, app variable as like this way as the argument. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to export this Google provider so that we can use it in other files. Okay, so setup.js file for doing the Google authentication is completed. So next I'm going to the sign in component. Here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to define a function called as Google sign in. Okay, as like this way. So it has an arrow function. So next I'm going to do is I have to import one function from the Firebase auth in this component also. Okay, so I'm going to import a function from the Firebase auth. So the function that we need to import from the Firebase auth is sign in with popup. Okay, so this is the function that we need to import from Firebase auth for Google authentication. And I am going to use this function inside this Google sign in as like this way. Okay, the next I am going to give async await and also try catch. Then next I'm going to pass this sign in with the pop-up function inside this try. Okay, so the next thing that we have to do is we have to pass an argument into this sign in with the pop-up. We have to pass two arguments here. That means the first argument that we need to pass is we have already defined a variable that is auth in the setup.js file. Import that from the Firebase setup.js file. Okay, so we have imported the auth from the Firebase setup and we have given it as an argument into this sign in with the pop-up function. Okay, as a first argument, we need to pass two arguments into this sign in with the pop-up function. So first argument we have passed the auth and second argument we have already defined that argument in the setup.js file along with this auth that is Google provider. So I'm going to pass that as also the second argument or an argument into this sign in with the pop-up function. So we have imported this auth and Google provider here. Then the next thing or the last thing that we need to do here is to call this Google sign-in function. And I'm going to call this Google sign-in function inside the on click of the button sign in with Google. So here I am going to give it as like this way. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this sign in with Google. So now you can see that a pop-up will be arrived and we can select the Google account. So I am going to select a Google account from this pop-up. So here I am going to click on this Google account. At that time you can see that the user is logged in. So when we go to this Firebase console, you can see that here is users section. Here you can see the user who is logged in as like this way. So next I am going to show you how to check whether the user is logged in or not in our code. So for that I am going to do is I am going to console the auth. So the auth is the variable that we have already defined and we have imported here. I'm going to console that auth here. So I'm going to take the console and you can see that in the console Here is the auth. Okay, the auth contains a current user. That current user contains the details of the user, that is email ID, display name, his email is verified or not, etc. Okay, from that we can understand that the user is logged in. So next I'm going to do is to check whether this page is responsive or not. So for that I'm going to first click this icon here. Then I'm going to reduce the size as like this way. So as of now you can see that this button and this text is moved out of that div. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to give height as min height here. So I'm going to give as min height to 310 px and max width to 350 px. Okay, so now you can see that that button and the text is not overlapped. Okay, next I'm going to do is here you can see that it is touching the line of the screen. Here you can see that the border is touching the line of the screen when we reduces the size of the screen. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a padding to the top div. So here you can see that this is a top div. I'm going to give a padding to this div here as like this way. Padding for about 110 px. Okay. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. It is now responsive. Then next I'm going to give changes to this. So next I'm going to create the home page of our Gmail clone. Here you can see that this is the home page of the original Gmail account. Here you can see there is a navbar, then there is a left sidebar, then there is a middle section, and also you can see a side panel. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to create the navbar of our Gmail clone. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do first is to create a new component called navbar in this components folder as like this way. Okay, so here we have created a new component called navbar. The next I'm going to do is to call this component in the app.js file. So here in the app.js file, I'm going to call this navbar component as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that here. So here, next I'm going to do is I'm going to use the app bar component from the material UI. So here you can see that in the material UI, there are a different type of app bar. So I'm going to select one of the easiest or simple app bar. So here you can see that this is one of the simple app bar. So I'm going to copy the complete source code from here and I'm going to paste it in the navbar component as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to change the name here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that this is the structure. Okay. So here you can see a menu is there, menu icon and the name of the project. So I'm going to change the name into Gmail. Then next you can see that I'm going to use the image tag here above the name. So I'm going to use the image tag as like this way. And inside this image tag, I'm going to use the source attribute. And in the source attribute, I'm going to use an image. So for that, I'm going to import an image from my system. So I'm going to import this image, the logo of the Gmail, into this images folder. So I'm going to import that image into this component as Gmail from images slash gmail.png. So I'm going to use this image here directly. So now you can see that. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to reduce the size of this image. So for that I'm going to use the style attribute as like this way. So I'm going to give here width to VW. VW means viewport width. That means it is the 2% of the entire screen width. Okay, so when we are reducing the screen size, we can see that the size of this image also will reduces apparently. Okay, so that's why I have given viewport. So next I'm going to change the background color of this app bar. So for that I'm going to give the SX tag in this app bar component, and I am going to give the background color as like this way. Then here I am going to do is to give that F9, F9, F9. Okay, so now you can see the background color as like this way here. Then next I am going to do is to give the color to this name of the clone and the menu icon. So here I'm going to give the color of this menu icon as like this way. So now you can see the color of the menu icon here. The next I'm going to give the same color to this typography of the name of the clone. So here I am going to give as SX tag color. Then I am going to remove this color inherit. Okay, fine. Then next I am going to give a margin left to this typography. That is margin left of about 10 px. Okay, fine. Then next you can see that in the middle section there is a text field. Next I am going to create a text field as like this way. So before that I am going to do is I am going to divide this into three parts. For that I am going to use the grid component from the material UI. So here first of all I am going to wrap whole of this box component using a grid as like this way, and I am going to give container into that grid. Okay, so here I am going to give as container to the top grid, and I am going to divide this into three grid. Okay, that means here you can see that I am going to divide this navbar into three parts. That is, one part contains the menu icon, the logo of the Gmail, and the name. Then second part contains this text field only, and third part contains this profile image. Okay, so I'm going to use grid, and I'm going to divide it into three parts as like this way. So in this first part, I'm going to do is to give as item xx is equal to 2. In the second part, I'm going to give as item xx is equal to 9, and here I am going to give as item xx is equal to 1. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I'm going to put this typography, image, and icon inside this first grid as like this way. And in the second grid, I am going to create a text field. So you can see that a text field and a lens image icon. So I am going to import that lens icon from my system. So here you can see that this is the lens icon. So I am going to import that into this images folder. So next I am going to import that into this navbar component as like this way. So import lens from images slash lens.png. Then next I am going to use that lens image in this grid. So for that I am going to use an image tag as like this way. And here I am going to use the lens image. So now you can see that here is the image as like this way. So I am going to give a style, that is I am going to give the width as to viewport width. Okay, so I am going to give the height also. So here I am going to give the height as to viewport width. Okay, Then next I'm going to use the input as like this way, and I'm going to give the placeholder as search mail. Okay, so here you can see that. Then I'm going to give the style such as height and width as like this way. So here I'm going to give the height as 3 viewport width, and I'm going to give the width as 65 viewport width. Okay, or 60 viewport width. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is to give a background color for this input field. So here I'm going to give as background color E for EFFA. That means E for EFFA as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Next I'm going to do is to remove the border of this input field. Here you can see that as like this way. So I'm going to give as border none. Okay, fine. Yeah, next I'm going to put this image and the input field inside a div. So here I'm going to give a div as like this way, and I'm going to put these two things into this. And here in this div, I'm going to do is to give a style. So I'm going to give a style that is border radius to 40 px, and I'm going to give a background color also. So I'm going to give the background color as E for EFFA. As like this way. So now you can see the structure now as like this. The next I'm going to give a style to this lens image. So here I am given the height and width. The next I'm going to give as align items to center. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure has like this way here. So I'm going to give a margin left 15 px. Then next I'm going to reduce the size. So here I'm going to give as 1.3 viewport width. Okay. Here I am going to give as display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I am going to give a margin left to this input field also. So here I am going to give as margin left 10 px as like this way. So this is the structure as of now. So here I am going to give the width of this text field. So here in the div I am going to give a width as like this way. I am going to give the 60 viewport width a 65. Okay, fine. So I'm going to reduce the viewport width in this text field also. Okay. So here we have given the height that 1.3. So I'm going to give as 1.6 viewport width. So next I'm going to give a height to the div, that is height as I'm going to give as same height viewport width 1.3 as like that of the input field. I'm going to give as okay 3.7 viewport width. Okay, fine. This is the structure as of now. The next I am going to give some changes to this section, the first grid. So here I am going to put this into a div as like this way. So here I am going to use the div tag and I am going to put this icon, image and the name inside this div. So here in the div I am going to give a style as display flex and align items to center. So here I am going to give a style as like this way, that is display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to increases the height of this app bar completely. So here I am going to give a height, 6 viewport width. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to give a padding top. So I'm going to give a padding top of about 7 px. Padding top for about 7 px as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this. Fine. The next I'm going to do is to give a padding right to 30 px. Okay, so now you can see that this is the structure. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to use the avatar component in this third grid for the showing the profile image. So here I am going to use as avatar component from the material UI itself. Here I am going to give a source and here I am going to use the auth that we have already defined the auth in the Firebase setup.js file here. So I am going to import that auth here, auth from Firebase slash setup. Okay, so I'm going to give auth dot auth contains a property called current user. That current user contains a property called photo URL. So I'm going to give as auth dot current user dot photo URL. So as of now, it will be look like this way. When we logged in, it will show the profile image. Okay, next I'm going to give a margin left also. Here I'm going to give a margin left. So for that I'm going to use the SX tag and I'm going to give a margin left of about 90 px. Okay, fine. So this is the structure as of now. You can see that the structure of the navbar. Okay, I think it is fine. Next, I'm going to shrink the screen. Here you can see that the size of the menu icon is not reducing and size of the name is also not reducing. So here we have given the Gmail. So I'm going to give a font size for about 3 viewport width. So at that time you can see that this is the width as of now. So I am going to give as 2 viewport width. Okay. Or 1.5, 1.6. Okay, fine. Yes, it is great. The next I am going to do is to shrink the screen. So at that time you can see that the size of this name Gmail is reducing as we reduces the size of the screen. Okay, fine. So logo and the name is fine. Next I am going to give the size to this menu icon. So in this menu icon I am going to give an XX tag and I am going to give the width as the same width of this Gmail icon or logo. So I am going to give as 2 viewport width. So at that time you can see that the structure is like this way. Okay, fine. So next I am going to do is to reduces the screen size. At that time you can see that the size of the menu icon is also reducing as well. So next you can see that the app bar is not adjusting as we're reducing the size of the screen. So here I am going to give first, I am going to give as elevation to 0. So now you can see that the structure is like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give a height here. So here I have given the height as 5 viewport width. So I'm going to give as min height Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to give the min width also. So here I'm going to give as min width 100 viewport width. Okay, so now you can see that here is as like this way. So next we have already given a margin left to this avatar. So here I am going to give as margin left as for the about 7 viewport width. Okay, so now as of now you can see that this is a structure 7.5. Okay, so as of now when I reduces the screen size, you can see that it is also responsive. Then here I am going to reduce the size of this avatar also. As I am giving the size of this avatar, that is width and height to 3 viewport width. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. So I am going to reduce the screen size again. Yeah, it is fine. Now it is responsive as like this way. Next I am going to change the given margin left and margin right to the viewport form. So here I am going to give as viewport 3 viewport. And here also you can see that we have given a margin left, so I am going to give as 3 viewport width. And here we have given already there is a margin right of about 2. Then I'm going to give as 2 viewport width as like this way. So now you can see that when we reduces the size, it is not overlapping and everything is fine. Here I am going to increases the size, reduces the width of this text field first. That is I'm giving as 45. Then here I am going to give as 55. Okay. When we reduces the size of this screen, now it is fine. So here I am going to give a margin left to this div also. Then I think there will be a margin left when we convert it into font size. So I'm giving as margin left 3 viewport width here as well. So now you can see that here there is a distance between this email name and this search field. Okay, so it is fine now. So here you can see that we have created the navbar of our Gmail clone. So next I'm going to do is to create the left panel. So in the original Gmail account homepage, you can see that there is a left panel, middle section and a right panel. So I'm going to create the left panel. So for that, next I'm going to create a new component, that is left panel as like this way, left panel.js. Okay, so here I'm going to give as left panel. Next I'm going to do is to create another component, that is main.js. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to call this main component in the app.js. So I'm going to remove this navbar from this app.js and I'm going to call the main component here as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to divide the home page by using grid component from the material UI. So I'm going to import the grid and into the top grid I'm going to give as container as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the grid inside this as like this way. So here I'm going to give as item xx equal to 12 for navbar, and into the second grid I'm going to give as item xx is equal to 2 for the left panel. So here I'm going to call the navbar component as like this way, and here I am going to call the left panel as like this way. Okay, so here you can see that This is the structure as of now. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that in the original Gmail account, the color, that means the background color of the left panel and the navbar is same. So I'm going to give the same background color of the navbar into the left panel. So here I'm going to give as div style, that is background color. I'm going to give the same background color of the navbar. So I'm going to copy the background color from the navbar as like this way, and I'm going to paste it in the left panel as well. Okay. Next I'm going to give a min height for about 100 VH. Okay. So I have given the min height also. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So next you can see that here is a button, that is a compose button. Okay. So I'm going to create a compose button. So for that I'm going to do is to use the div inside this div here as like this way. And here I am going to use the image tag. And inside this image tag, I'm going to give an image into this source attribute. So I'm going to give an image, that means I'm going to import an image from my system. So here you can see that I'm going to import this image into the images folder here. So next I'm going to do is to import that image into this component. So as import, I'm going to rename this into pen. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to import that image here from images slash pen.png. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to use that image here. Then after that I'm going to give a style, that is width for about 1.4 VW. VW, that means viewport width, for making it responsive. Okay. The next I'm going to use the H4 tag here. So I'm going to give as compose, and I'm going to give a style, that is display flex and align items to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so here I am going to give a border radius and also the background color as like this way. So I am going to give here as border radius for about 20 px, and next I am going to give the background color. So I am going to select a background color from the HTML color code. Here you can see that I'm going to select a light blue color. So I'm going to select this color from here. So I'm going to copy this color and to paste it in the background color style. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is to give a margin left to this image. Here I'm going to give as margin left. So I'm going to give a margin left of about 2 pw. Then next I'm going to give a margin left to this h4 tag also. So here I'm going to give as margin left 2 pw, and here I am going to reduce the size of the image as 1.2 pw. Okay, so now you can see that the structure as like this way. So I am going to reduce the width of this whole div. So here I am going to give as a width style of width as like this way. So I am going to give as 12 pw. Okay, next I am going to give a margin left also here. That means margin left for about 1 pw, as like this way. The next I'm going to reduce as the margin left of this h4 tag here. I'm going to give as 1.6. Okay, So next I'm going to give a font weight also. So here I am going to give a font weight to this compose as font weight 400. So next I'm going to give a padding top to this whole div of left panel. So here I am going to give as padding top as like this way, padding top 1 VW. Okay. So as of now, this is the structure. So next I'm going to list this inbox, or that means these buttons inbox, charge, snoozed and send. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole div and to paste it here. And next I'm going to remove this background color and the border radius as like this way. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. So I'm going to copy these divs one by one. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the image and the name. So here I'm going to give as inbox, and here I'm going to give as starred, here snoozed, and here send. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to import images corresponding these to the project from my system. So I have downloaded the image. So I'm going to import the images such as snooze, send, star, and I'm going to import the inbox image as well. Okay. So next I'm going to import that images into the component, the left panel. So I'm going to import as inbox from as like this way. Then next I'm going to import send. Then I'm going to import snooze, and at last I'm going to import the star, images slash star. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to use these images into this images tag. So here I'm going to use the inbox. Here I'm going to use the star, snooze, and send. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So here, as of now, this is a structure. So I'm going to use span instead of this h4 tag. So I'm going to copy this span and paste it here. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to do is to give a margin top to this div here in this div. So here I'm going to give as margin top as like this way. I'm going to give as 1 VW. So I'm going to copy this margin top and to paste it here as well. Okay, so now you can see this structure as like this way. Okay, it is fine. So next I'm going to reduce as the margin left here. So I'm going to give here as 0.8, 0.8 to all the div here listed. Okay, so now you can see that structure as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to check whether it is responsive or not. So I'm going to reduce as the screen size. So at that time you can see that there is some problem in the responsiveness. So I'm going to give a font size for this. Here I'm going to give as font size. So I'm going to give as font size VW as like this way. So I'm going to copy this font size and to paste it here as well. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to give as font size 1.3. Okay. So I'm going to give as 1.3 here as well. Okay. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is you can see that okay, now it is fine. Here also I am giving as 1.3 as font size. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Next I am going to bring some changes to this navbar also. So here you can see that there is a distance between this menu icon, this logo and this Gmail. So I am going to give some changes there. So I am going to take the navbar and in the navbar I am going to give as here I am going to reduces the margin left to 1 VW. Okay, as like this way, it is fine. Then next I'm going to increases the size of the logo. So here I am going to give as width 1.2.3 VW as like this way. The next I'm going to reduces the margin right here 0.8 VW. Okay, so now I think it is fine. Next I'm going to increases the size of the Gmail. Here I'm going to give as font size 1.8. So next I'm going to do is to create the middle section of our Gmail clone. So here you can see that this is a middle section of the original Gmail account. So you can see that here there is the name of the sender, then there is subject and date, then there is showing the star icon, delete icon, etc. So I'm going to star icon is here. Okay, so here is a refresh button. So I'm going to create a structure as like this way. So here I am going to first create a component called middle. So I am going to give the name of the component as just middle.js. Okay, as like this way. I am giving here as middle and I am going to call this component in the main component. So in the main component, I am going to give as middle and here I am going to give as item xx equal to 1. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here is the middle. So I am first of all I'm going to give the margin left to make middle section here. So in the middle I'm going to give a style that is margin left 4.5 viewport to width as like this way. So now you can see that this structure here as like this. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this middle and I'm going to use the paper component from the material UI as like this way. So inside this paper component, I'm going to use the list component. And inside this list component, I'm going to use the list item component. Okay. So in the list item component, I'm going to use the image tag as like this way and also a span. Then inside this span, I'm going to use another span as well. Okay. So here I am going to give the sender name randomly and here I am going to give the subject also randomly. Okay. Then in this image tag, I am going to use the source attribute and here I am going to use the star image. So I am going to import that star image into this component we have already imported in this images folder. So I am going to import that into this component here images slash star.png. Then I'm going to use that image here. Next, I'm going to give a style for this image, that is width and height. So I'm going to give a width for about 1.4 viewport width, and also height also 1.4. Then you can see that this is the structure as of now. Okay. So next I'm going to give is a width to this middle component. So here you can see that there's a gap. So I'm going to reduce this 4.5 viewport to width to 4.3 viewport to width. Okay, now it is fine. Then next I'm going to give a width completely to this middle section or middle component. So here I am going to give as a width. Here I am going to give a width of about 75 viewport width. So now you can see that this is a structure as of now. Okay, fine. So here I am going to give as elevation to 0. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like, okay. Then next I'm going to give a style, that is I'm going to give as border 1px solid light gray. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to copy this paper component completely and to paste as like this way for dummy data. Okay. So now you can see that this is the structure as of now. Okay. So next I'm going to give a margin left to this span, these two spans. So here I'm going to give as, so before that I'm going to read out. Next I'm going to give the style, that is margin left for this span. So I'm going to give as 1.2 viewport width as like this way, and here also I am going to give this style, that is 1.2 viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, I'm going to give a margin left. I'm going to increase the margin left, that is 9 viewport width as like this way. The next I'm going to do is, here I'm going to give 12 viewport width. Next I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a font weight here for the sender name. I'm going to give a font weight for about 500, and here I am going to give a font weight for about 200. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy and paste this paper again. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to use an image tag above all the div. So here I'm going to use the image tag just like this way. So here I'm going to use the source attribute, and I'm going to import an image for the refresh icon. So I have already downloaded an image for refresh icon. So this is the image that I'm going to import into the images folder. So I'm going to import into this images folder, and after that I'm going to use that image here. So I'm going to import into this component as well, refresh from images slash refresh.png, and I'm going to use that refresh here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to reduce the size of that refresh icon. So here I'm going to give as style, that is I'm going to give as width and height. So I'm going to give the width 1.4, well 1.5 viewport width, 1.5 viewport width, and also height 1.5 viewport width. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, here. Then next I'm going to give a margin left and a margin top to this image. So here I'm going to give as 2 viewport with the margin left, and also I'm going to give the margin top also. So here I'm going to give the margin top 2 viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Here I am going to reduce the margin left. So here I am going to give as 1.5. At that time you can see that this is a structure. Okay. The next I'm going to give a margin top to this first paper component. So I'm going to give as margin top as like this way. So I'm going to give a margin top of about 1.5 viewport width. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay, fine. I'm going to give a border, that is border bottom and bottom top. I'm going to remove this complete border here. I'm going to give as border bottom and border top. So I'm going to copy it again and to paste it here. And here I'm going to give as border bottom, and here I'm going to give as border top. So now you can see the structure as like this way here. Okay, so I'm going to give that same to this whole paper components as like this way. I'm going to copy here from here and to paste it here. Okay, fine. So we have given the border bottom and the border top to all of these paper components. So now it is looking like this way. Yeah, it's better now. So I think it is better to give a light color for the each paper component. So I'm going to give a light blue color. So I'm going to select one of the color from this HTML color code. So I'm going to select from this. So I think we should give a much lighter color to this paper component. It will be better to see as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this here. Okay, it is fine. So this is the middle section. So now you can see the navbar of our Gmail clone, and also here you can see the left panel and also the middle section. So next I'm going to give here a height for this compose button as well. So I'm going to take the left panel, and here I'm going to give as a height also for this div. So here I'm going to give a height of about 3 viewport width. So now you can see that this is the height 4.5. Okay, so this is the structure as of now. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to check the responsiveness of our design as of now. So you can see that the font here is not reducing. So I'm going to give a font size for this each span. That means the center name and the subject. I'm going to use font size. So I'm going to remove this paper component first, and I'm going to give a font size here. So I'm going to give a font size that is font size for about 1 viewport width, 1.3 viewport width, 1.3 viewport width as like this way. I think it is enough here as like this way. So it is now responsive. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste here as like this way. So I'm going to remove this margin top from the rest of the paper component except first paper component. Okay. Okay, so now we can see the structure as like this way. So it is now fine. So I am going to check the responsiveness again. So as of now, it is responsive. So we have created the middle section of our Gmail clone. Next, I am going to do is to install React Router DOM into our project. So I'm going to take a new terminal, and in this new terminal, I'm going to run the command npm install React Router DOM as like this way. So now React Router DOM will be installed into our project. So React Router DOM has been installed into our project. We can see that in the package.json. Okay, as like this way. Next, I'm going to do is to import this sign-in component here. I'm going to uncomment this. In the index.js file, I'm going to import the browser router from React router DOM as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to wrap this app component by using the browser router. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to the app component and I'm going to import the routes and route components from the React router DOM into this app component. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to import routes and route from React router DOM. Next I'm going to do is to wrap the route inside the routes component as like this way. So in this first route, I'm going to give a route to sign in component. So in the path, I'm going to give as the slash itself. So that is the sign in component is the first page that will load when we open this Gmail clone. Next, I'm going to give as element attribute here. And in the element, I'm going to give as sign in component. Then next, I'm going to give route to the main component as like this way. So here I'm going to give as path as main and element as like this way. Okay, so here I'm going to next remove the sign in and main component, and now you can see the structure as like this way. So whenever we click this sign in with the Google button, at that time we need to redirect it to this home page or main component. So for that I am going to the sign in component, and you can see that we have defined a function that is Google sign in. So after sign in with the pop-up function, I'm going to use the use navigate hook. So I'm going to assign use navigate to the navigate variable. So here I'm going to give as use navigate as like this way. So I'm going to use this navigate variable here after the sign in with the pop-up function. So that is navigate to main component as like this way. So I'm going to click on the sign in with Google. So at that time you can see that we will be redirected to this home page. So next I'm going to reduce this height of this each paper component. So in this middle component, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this list component from here. So at that time you can see that the distance between this or the height of this each paper component will reduce. So I'm going to do that for each paper component. So first of all, I'm going to remove this paper component, and here I am going to remove this list component as like this way. So now you can see that height of this each paper component has been reduced. Here I am going to change the color of this border for each mail. So for that I am going to choose a much lighter color, lighter gray. So I am going to give it here. Here also. So now you can see that this is the structure as of now. So I am going to copy and paste the dummy data again. Okay, so now you can see the structure of this middle section as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to create the right section of our Gmail clone. So here you can see that in the original Gmail account, here is the right section. So in the right section, you can see that there is calendar, task, contact, etc. So I'm going to create first the right panel component. So I'm going to create the new component called right panel as like this way. Here I am going to give as right panel. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is to call this right panel component in the main.js. So here I am going to use another grid, and in this grid I am going to give as item xx1. So here I am going to give as item xx9, and here I am going to give as item xx1. Okay. So inside this grid I am going to call the right panel component as like this way. So now you can see that here is the right panel component. Okay. So you can see that the background color of this right panel component is as same as that of the navbar and the left panel. So I'm going to give a background color. So here I'm going to give the background color in this div style, that is background color. I'm going to copy and paste the same background color from the left panel. So I'm going to paste this in this background color style. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I am going to give the height, that is min height is equal to 100 bh. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So here you can see the gap. Next I'm going to do is to give a position fixed and right 0. Okay. So now you can see that it is aligned completely to the right. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a width for about 5 VW. Okay. Fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to add these images of calendar, task, contact, etc. So I have already downloaded an image into my system. So I'm going to import that image into the images folder here. So I'm going to import the images such as I'm going to import the images like this contact, then calendar, task. Okay. So we have imported three images into our project from the system. So I'm going to import these images into this component. So here I'm going to import as, I'm going to rename this into calendar as like this way. And next I'm going to rename the user. Okay. So now I am going to import the images such as calendar from images slash calendar.png. Then next I'm going to import the user from images slash user.png. Next I'm going to import the tasks from images slash task. Okay, so here you can see that we have imported three images into our component. So next I'm going to do is use these into this images field. So in the source attribute, I'm going to give as calendar user and the tasks. Okay, it's like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give a width to these images. So I'm going to give the style that is width for about 1.4 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so I'm going to give the same style to these images also. So now you can see that here is the images. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a style that is text aligned to this div. So here I'm going to give as text align to center as like this way. Here I'm going to give as BR, and here also I'm going to give the BR tag. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to give the padding top to each images. That is I'm going to give a padding top of about 2 VW. Okay, fine. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to check the responsiveness of this style. So I'm going to do is to put this profile image straight to this right panel. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to the navbar, and in the navbar I'm going to do is to increases this margin left. So I'm going to give as 14.5 VW as a margin left. Okay. Next I'm going to reduces the width and height also. So here I'm going to give as 2.7 width and height as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay, fine. And next I'm going to check the responsiveness of this again. So now you can see that it is responsive. Also you can see that when we are reducing the size of the screen, here the height of the navbar is not reducing as the screen size reduces. So for that I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this toolbar from here, and I'm going to give a div inside this toolbar. I'm going to give, so now this is a structure. I'm going to give a display flex and align items to center to this div. So I'm going to give as display flex and align items to center as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give as align item to center. Okay, then now you can see that this is a structure as of now. So I am going to give a position fixed in this left panel. So here I am going to give as position fixed. Okay. So next you can see that here is a footer in the original Gmail website. So I am going to create this footer here. So for that I am going to do is to create a new component called footer. So in the components folder, I am going to create a new component that is footer.js as like this way. Here I am going to give as footer. So you can see that the color of the footer is same as like that of the navbar left panel and right panel. So I'm going to do is to give the color that is style background color that is F9 F9 F9. Okay, so now you can see that the structure. So I'm going to give the width also. So here I am going to give the width as 100 VW, and I am going to give a height also. So I'm going to give a height that is I'm giving as a min height for about 2 VW. So now I'm going to call this footer component in the main.js file. So here after this right panel, I'm going to use a grid as like this way. Then I'm going to give here as item XX12 and I'm going to call the footer component as like this way. So here you can see that the footer component. So next I'm going to do is to give the position for footer component. So here I'm going to give as position fixed and I'm going to do is to give the bottom to 0 as like this way. So now you can see the structure. So here is the footer. Okay, so I'm going to remove this name. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to adjust this space here. So I'm going to reduce the width of this left panel. So here you can see that the width 20.6. I'm going to reduce it to 20 VW or I think 19.6. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to give a margin left or reduces the margin left of this middle component. So here I am going to reduces the margin left as 2.9 VW. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. So when I check the responsiveness, you can see that it is responsive now. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give more paper component or more list of mail here. So I'm going to copy and paste this. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Okay, so now as of now it is scrolling, but this navbar is going upward along with the middle component. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a position in this navbar. So I'm going to give here the position that is position fixed. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way, and I'm going to give as top 0. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give a set index to. So now you can see that here is a structure. So next I'm going to do is to give a padding top to this left panel, middle section, and right panel. So here in the left panel, I am going to give a padding top. So we have already given a padding here that is 1 VW. So I am going to give as 4 VW or okay. I have given a 6 VW. So next I am going to give a padding top to this middle section also. So here I am going to give as padding top as like this way. So here also I am going to give as 6 VW. Okay, fine. The next I am going to do is to give a padding top to this right panel also. So here I am going to give as padding top as like this way, that is padding top 6 VW. Okay, fine. So here as well. So okay, now you can see that when I scrolls this middle component, everything is fine. And next in the middle component, I'm going to give an H6 tag as like this way at the last position. So I'm going to give that for including this terms, privacies and program policies also. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. Then next I'm going to give a style that is font weight 400 and margin left 28 VW. Okay, so now you can see that here is the terms, privacies and program policies. Here I am going to reduce as the footer height into 1.5 VW. Okay. So next I'm going to create the profile section of our Gmail clone. You can see that when we take the original Gmail account, you can see that here when I click this profile image, you can see there is a pop-up which contains the email ID, profile image, and here the name of the user with hi. Then next you can see that there is add account and sign out like that. So next I'm going to create that section. So for that I'm going to create a new component. So I'm going to create the component named profile as like this way. So I'm going to do is to use the model component from the material UI. So for that I'm going to take the material UI. Then here you can see that here is a model component. So when we click this model component, we can see that here is the code. So I'm going to copy the code completely so we can find a demo here. When we click this open model button, you can see the model here. Okay. So next I'm going to copy the code completely as like this way. And I'm going to paste it here in this profile component. And next I'm going to do is to rename it as profile. Okay. So after that I'm going to do is here I'm going to remove this absolute. Okay. So after that I'm going to do is to call this profile component in the navbar component. Okay, here you can see that this is the navbar component. So in the navbar component, we can see this is the profile image section. So when we click this profile image, we need to show the model there. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the profile component in the place of avatar. Okay, or the profile image. So I'm going to call the profile component here as like this way. So now you can see that this is the structure of this button now. So when I click there, you can see the model here as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the button. So here in the profile component, you can see that this is the button which shows the open model. This button. Okay. So I'm going to change it as I'm going to use this avatar in the place of this button. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the on click of this and I'm going to give this handle open function here. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to now you can see that I'm going to click on this profile image. So here I am going to import this auth. Okay. So next I'm going to click on this profile image. At that time you can see that the pop-up model as like this way. Okay. Fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a cursor pointer to this avatar cursor pointer style as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. I'm going to click on this avatar, then you can see the pop-up model. So when you look this original Gmail account, you can see that the pop-up model is shown here. That is just below this profile image section. So I'm going to make this pop-up model to show just below this profile image of our Gmail clone. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is here you can see that there is a style. So we need to bring changes here. I'm going to reduce the top in 20%. So at that time you can see that it is reached here. So I'm going to give as 24%. And I'm going to reduce this it to 79%. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. So when we click this button, you can see that there is profile model. Okay. So next I'm going to give is I'm going to give a border radius here. So I'm going to give as border radius as like this way. And I'm going to give a border radius of about 40 for VW. So I'm giving as viewport width. So now you can see that this is the height and the width of this original Gmail account profile model. So I'm going to give, or I'm going to increase the height and width. So here I'm going to give the width as 30 BW, and I'm going to give height as 20 BW. So next I'm going to give a background color here. So I'm going to select a background color from the HTML color codes as like this way. So I'm going to select one of the background color. So here I'm going to select this color and I'm going to paste it here. So now you can see that structure as like this way. Okay. So I'm going to increase the top position. So I'm going to give as top to 34%. Okay, fine. So this is a structure as of now. Then next I'm going to give is a padding. So here they have given a padding of 4. So I'm going to give as padding 2BW. Okay. Then next I'm going to bring some changes here. That means here you can see that this is text in a model. So I'm going to give here the email ID. So here you can see that the structure of this profile model of the original Gmail account as there is email ID in the first position. So I'm going to give the email ID there. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and to give this auth.currentuser.email. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, so next I'm going to give text align to sender. So here I'm going to give as style text align to sender. So I'm going to remove these things from here ID, variant, and component, and here I'm going to give as style text align to center. The next I'm going to give is the font size 1.2 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here is a structure of the email ID. The next I'm going to do is to give the avatar for showing the profile image. So below this typography or email ID, I am going to use avatar component as like this way. So inside this avatar component, I am going to use the auth.currentuser.photo URL to show the profile image. So you can see that the structure as like this way. So I am going to give some style there. So I am going to give a margin left for about 11.6 BW, and next I am going to give width and height. So I'm going to give width as 6 VW. Height also the same. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Next I'm going to do is to change this text and I'm going to give the name of the user. So here I'm going to give as auth.currentuser.displayName. So I'm giving as hi, comma, auth.currentuser.displayName. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that the structure as like this here. Okay, then next I'm going to give some style to this display name also. So I'm going to give as, I'm going to remove this ID here. So I'm going to give as here this style text align sender and the font size 2 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is here I'm going to reduce as the font size little bit. So I'm going to give as 1.7. Okay. The next I'm going to do is to give a button here. So you can see here is the sign out button. So I'm going to give a sign out button. So for that I'm going to use the button as like this way. So I'm giving a sign out. Then here I am going to use the image tag. In the image tag, I am going to use the source attribute, and in the source, I am going to add the logout symbol. Okay, so I am going to import an image from my system. So I have downloaded an image already into my system. So I am going to import that image into, yes, I am going to import this image into this images folder, and I am going to import that into this component. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure, and I am going to give the style for this image. That means I am going to give a width of about 0.8 bw. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to give a style to this button also. So I'm going to give the style such as style border radius 2 bw, margin top 2 bw. Okay, so as of now, this is a structure. The next I'm going to give width 14 bw. The next height 4 bw. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. The next I'm going to give a margin left. So I'm going to give a margin left for about 7 bw or 7.5. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to give just this privacy policy terms of service. So for that I'm going to do is to use the typography here. After this button I'm going to use the typography as like this way. So I'm going to paste that privacy policy terms of services. Next I'm going to give some style to this typography also. So I'm going to give style such as font size 0.8 VW and font weight 100 and text align to center. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to click on this. Okay, so this is the structure. I'm going to give a margin top also here. So I'm going to give as margin top. I'm going to give a margin top of about 1 BW. Okay, a border for this button. So I'm going to give a button border here. That is border 1px solid white of the border color. Okay, as of now, this is a structure. I think it is fine. Then next I'm going to remove this border also. So here you can see that in this style above, there is a border they have given already. So I'm going to remove the border. So now this is a structure as of, okay. So now you can see that I'm going to show the responsiveness of that page. So I'm going to take this and you can see that this is responsive as well, but I'm going to give a font size to the button. So here I'm going to give as font size as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to give as 2 VW, 1 VW. Okay, so I'm going to take this. Okay, so now you can see that it is responsive. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for this sign up button. So for that I'm going to do is to define a new function. So I'm going to define a new function inside this. So here I'm going to give as sign out as the name of the function. Okay, so here as an arrow function. So next I'm going to import the sign out function from Firebase auth as like this way. So I'm going to import the function called sign out. Okay, this function. So next I'm going to give that function in this sign out. So I'm going to change the name of the function here as I'm going to give as logout. Okay, then I'm going to call that sign out function here. Next I'm going to give async await, and I'm going to give the try catch. Next I'm going to pass this async sign out into this try as like this way. Okay, async await. So next I'm going to do is to call this function inside this button. So I'm going to call this in the on click of this button as like this way. Logout. The next I'm going to do is to pass the two argument inside this sign out but a function. So we have to pass two argument, that means auth that we have already imported, and also the Google provider that we have already defined in the Firebase setup.js file. Okay. So here I am going to do is next I am going to click on this logout button. At the time you can see that. Okay, so I'm going to change the name again. So here we have given the name to the logout image. Okay, so I'm going to give as logout Gmail or logout account. Okay, so I'm going to copy this from here and to paste it in this on click of the button. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to click on this logout account button. So at that time you can see that I'm going to show the auth.current user in the console. That means we can identify whether the user is logged in or not. So I'm going to click on this sign out button. So before that I'm going to give a cursor pointer style to here. That means cursor pointer. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to click on the sign out button. Before that I'm going to take the console. Okay, so here as of now you can see that auth contains the email display name. Email is verified is true as of now. The next I'm going to click on the sign out button. At that time you can see that this auth is null. That means this auth doesn't contains the current user. I'm going to remove this current user. Then now you can see that the auth which contains current user as null. Okay, so at that time you can identify that the user is not logged in. Okay, so next I'm going to do is whenever this user clicked, you can see that here the profile image is also vanished. Next I'm going to do is When we click the sign out button, we have to redirect it to the login page of our Gmail Chrome. Okay. So for that, I'm going to do is to use the use navigate hook from the React router DOM. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to define a variable that is navigate, which is equal to use navigate, and I'm going to use this navigate variable after this sign out function. So here I'm going to give as slash. That means to sign in component or sign in page. Okay, so here I'm going to give as auth dot current user is equal to null. Then will be redirected to the sign in page. Okay, so now you can see that. Next I'm going to click on this sign out button. At that time you can see that we will be redirected to the sign in page. Okay, after logged out. Okay, so next I'm going to log in again. So at that time we will be redirected to the main page. You can see the profile image here. So I'm going to click on the sign out button. Then we will be redirected to this sign in page. Next I'm going to do is to create a new collection in the database. So I'm going to use the Firebase Firestore database, and I'm going to add the details of the users into the database. Okay, so for that I'm going to take the Firebase website, and here I'm going to click on this link. Then we will be redirected to this section. I'm going to click on get started button. Then we have already created a project in the Firebase, that is Gmail clone. So I'm going to click on this Gmail clone project. So now you can see that we will be redirected to this console of our Gmail clone. In the sidebar, you can see there is build option. Here you can see authentication, app check, Firestore, database, real-time database, etc. So I'm going to click on the Firestore database. Then you can see that I'm going to click on the create database button for creating a new database. Okay, so here you can see that there is two options. So that is start in production mode and start test mode. Okay, so I have selected the production mode and I am going to click on the next button. Okay, so after clicking this next button, I'm going to select the a location. Okay, then I'm going to click on the enable button. So our new database will be created. So here you can see that this is our new database. Here we can add our collection. Okay, so this is the data section of our database. Then you can see that there is a rules section. Okay, so in the rules section, you can see that it is showing that read and write false. Okay, so I'm going to convert it into true. I'm going to click on this publish button. At that time, you can see that our changes have been published. Okay, this is one of the important thing that we have to do. Okay, the next I'm going to do is in the project in the setup.js file, I'm going to import another function. Okay, so I'm going to import a function from Firebase Firestore. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to import the function called get Firestore from Firebase Firestore. Then after importing this function, next I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as database itself. So here I'm going to give the name as database, and I'm going to assign the get Firestore function into this database variable. Okay, so we have already imported this get Firestore, and next I'm going to do is to pass the app variable into this get Firestore as an argument. Okay, okay. So after that, I'm going to export this variable database. So the database section of the setup.js has been completed. So I'm going to add the details of the users into the database. So for that, I'm going to log out first. Here you can see that we have redirected to the sign in page. So next what I'm going to do is whenever we click the sign in with the Google button or whenever we are signing in, we need to add the details of the user who is signing in into the database. Okay. So for that I'm going to do is to create a new function in the signin.js component. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to take the signin.js component. And here I am going to define a new function. So I'm going to give the name of the function as add user as an arrow function. So next I'm going to do is to use the function called setDoc from Firebase. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the async await try catch. I'm going to give here console dot error as like this way. Then next I'm going to pass this await setDoc into this try. So next I'm going to do is to define a variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as user doc, and I'm going to use the function called doc from Firebase. Okay. So we need to pass three arguments into this doc function. So I'm going to pass the first argument, that is database, that we have already defined in the setup.js file. Then next I'm going to give the name of the collection. So we can give the name of the collection here as a second argument. So I'm going to give the name of the collection as users. Then next I'm going to give the ID of the user, the specific user's ID. Okay, so we will get the ID from auth. So we have already defined the auth. Okay, here you can see that. So I'm going to give the ID of the user, specific user from auth dot current user dot UID. Okay, we know that the auth contains the properties like such as auth dot current user dot UID. So we can specify the ID of the document that we are going to create. The next I'm going to copy this user doc and paste it in the set doc. After that, I'm going to do is to pass the details of the user that we need to add to the database. So I'm going to give the details such as username, email, and ID into the database. So for that, I'm going to give here as username as auth dot current user dot display name. Okay. So next I'm going to give the email, that is auth dot current user dot email. Okay. Then next I'm going to give the ID. So here I'm going to give as auth dot current user dot UID. Okay. Then after that I'm going to do is to call this add user function. So I'm going to call this add user function after this sign in with the pop-up function. So here I'm going to call this add user function as like this way. Then now you can see that I'm going to click on this sign in with the Google button. At that time, you can see that the user will be logged in, and also along with that, the details of the user. That means the details that we have given, username, email, and ID will be stored in the database. So I'm going to refresh this database here, or refresh this page. You can see that a new collection has been formed. That means users, name of the collection that we have already given here as a second argument. And then you can see that this is the ID of the document. So document contains the fields like email, ID, and username. Then this ID have the ID of the document is same ID of the user. Okay. So next I'm going to create a new component. So here in the original Gmail account, you can see that when I click this compose button, at that time a pop-up will be arrived. So from here we can send the email. That means here there is, you can see that there is three text field. First text field, we need to give the mail ID of the recipient, then second subject, then third the content. So, and also you can see there is a button, send button. So I'm going to create this pop-up. So for that I'm going to create a new component. So I'm going to give the name of the component as message. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the model component from the material UI. So we have already used this model component for our profile section. Okay. So I'm going to use the same model component for the message component also. So I'm going to copy this source code from here, and next I'm going to paste the complete source code in this message component. Okay, as like this way. Then after that, I'm going to do is to change the name of the component. So I'm going to give the name of the component as message. And here I am going to remove this section. Okay. So now you can see that there will be the model. So I'm going to call this message component in the left panel. So you can see that when we check this, here is the compose button in the left panel. So I'm going to call this message component in the left panel of our project. So first of all, I'm going to comment this div, and next I'm going to call this message component here as like this way. Okay. Then next I'm going to paste this div in the message component. So as of now, you can see that here is the open model button. Okay. So when we click this open model button, you can see that the model will be arrived. So we need to change this open model button into compose. Okay. So for that, I am going to paste that div in the place of open model button. Okay. So I am going to uncomment this div here. So at that time, you can see that here is the compose button. So I am going to import the pen image, okay, from the images folder as like this way. So I have imported the pen as like this way. So now you can see that the compose button here. So when we click this compose button, at that time that pop-up have to be arrived. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the handle open function in this div. So here I'm going to call that handle open function in the on click of that div. Okay, that's like this way. So now you can see that when I click this compose button, this model will be pop up. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to change the design of this model. So here you can see that this is the design of this model. So next I'm going to bring changes in the design part. So here I'm going to bring changes such as I'm going to give the top 61 percentage. And here I am going to give the left as 71 percentage. Next, I am going to give the width. So here I am going to give the width as 40 VW. Okay. So next I am going to give the height also. So here I am going to give the height as 35 VW. After that, I am going to do is I am going to remove this box shadow, and I am going to give a padding for about 1 VW as like this way. Okay. Then next I am going to do is I am going to give a min height. Okay, so I'm going to give a min height for about 505 px. Okay, so now you can see that this structure as like this way. Okay, then next you can see that here there is the three text field. First of all, there is a new message heading. Then next you can see that there is three text field for recipient mail ID, subject, and the content. Then a button. So here is a border. So I'm going to remove that border also. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the changes such as here I am going to change this into new message. New message as like this way. Then I am going to remove this ID, variant and component from typography. Then next I am going to give a style that is, you can see that there is a background color. So I am going to give a background color. I'm going to select that background color from the HTML color code. Okay, so here I'm going to select this background color. So I'm going to copy this color from here, this code, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to give a position absolute, top 0, and left also 0. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give a width. So here I'm going to give as width for about 40 VW or 42 VW. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give a padding also. So here I'm going to give a padding such as padding for about 0.5 VW. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. So I am going to reduce the width again. So I am going to give as 41 VW. Okay, it is fine as of now. Next I am going to remove this typography from here. Then next I am going to give the text fields. So I am going to give three text fields. Okay, so here I am going to give as text field as like this way from the material UI. So here next I'm going to give as BR tag. Then I'm going to give as text field itself. Then next BR tag. So I'm going to use three text field as like this way. Okay, in the first text field, I'm going to give a variant that is standard, and also I'm going to give the label as 2. Okay, you can see that this is the label, and in this text field, I'm going to give the variant as standard itself, and I'm going to give the label as subject, and you can see that this is the structure as of now. So I'm going to give a style that is SX tag for this two text field. Then I'm going to give a width for about 39 BW. Okay, as of now, you can see that this is a structure. So I'm going to give the same style to this text field also. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to give a margin top to the first text field as like this way. That is margin top for about 1 BW. Okay. Then next I'm going to give this text field that is multi-line rows 12. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to give the width to that text field also. So here I'm going to give as width 39 VW itself. So now you can see the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to use the button component from the material UI. So I'm going to give the BR tag again. And here I am going to use the button component from material UI as like this way. And I'm going to give the name of the button as send. The next I'm going to give the variant. So I'm going to give the variant of that button that is contained. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Here I am going to give a border radius also. So I'm going to give SX tag and I'm going to give as border radius. That is, I'm going to give as 6 VW. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a font size and also width and a height to that button for making it responsive. Okay, so here I'm going to give as font size, and here also I'm going to give as font size 1 VW as like this way. Then here I'm going to give a width. I'm going to give a width for about 4 VW and a height also 3 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Here I am going to take the, yeah, this is the structure of our message component. Okay, then next what I'm going to do is to remove this border of the third text field. Okay, so for that I'm going to give a style in the text in the third text field. That is, I'm going to give as and field set colon bracket. Inside this bracket I'm going to give as inside this brace I'm going to give as border none. Okay, so here you can see that this border has gone. Okay, so remember to give SX tag here. So when we give the style tag, you can see that that border will not be gone. Okay, so we should give the SS tag. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the structure of our component, message component, is as like that of the original Gmail account. Okay, so I'm going to check the responsiveness of this component. So I'm going to reduces the screen size. So at that time you can see that I'm going to take the smallest device from this list. So here you can see that this is responsive as of now. Okay, so as of now you can see that we have created the component. Next I'm going to do is to send the mail. So for that I'm going to use the Firebase database. So you know that we have already created a database in the Firebase project, that is Gmail clone. Here you can see that there is a collection called users, and we have added the details of the users when we are logging in. Next, I'm going to create a new subcollection in this document. So for that, I'm going to define a new function in this message component. So here I'm going to define a new function. That is, I'm going to give the name of the function as send message as an arrow function. And next I'm going to do is to use a function called add doc from Firebase. Then next I'm going to give the async await and the try catch as like this way. So in this catch, I'm going to give the console.error and I'm going to pass this error. Then next I'm going to paste this add doc inside this try. Okay, it's like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to define a variable. So first of all, I'm going to define a variable called the user doc, and I'm going to use a function called the doc from Firebase. So in this function called doc, we have to pass three arguments. So first argument, I'm going to pass the database that we have already defined in the setup.js file. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the collection. So the name of the collection that we have already created is users. So next, as a third argument, so here you can see that the name of the collection that we have created. Okay, so next as a third argument, I'm going to pass the mail ID. So for that, I'm going to bring some changes. So in the sign-in component, you can see that here in the sign-in component, we have already defined a user doc variable in this add user function. So here in this doc function, we have passed three arguments. That means a database, users, and as a third argument, we have passed the ID from the auth.current user property. Okay, so I'm going to change this to email. The auth.current user property or auth.current user contains another property that is called email. We have already given the email, or we have already passed that email here. So I'm going to give the email as the third argument. Okay, as the ID of the document. As of now, the ID of the document is ID that we get from the auth.current user. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this connection and I'm going to log in once more. Okay, so here I'm going to take the profile section and I'm going to click on the sign out again. At the time, you can see that when I click the sign in with Google and when we log in, a new collection will be created and that collection contains a document. So now you can see the ID of the document is the email ID itself. Okay. The reason for giving the email ID as the ID of the document, because here you can see that we have passing the recipient email ID to this text field. So from that, we can identify the recipient. So that's why I have given the email ID as the third argument. So in the message component, as a third argument, and we have to pass the email ID of the recipient. Okay, that email ID that we are giving in this text field. Okay, so next I'm going to pass the email ID of the recipient. So for that I'm going to do is in the first text field, I'm going to use the on change. So inside this on change, I'm going to use the set mail ID. So we have to define that mail ID, that state. So here I'm going to give as e.target.value. We will get that from the event that we given here. Okay. Next I'm going to define that state as const mail ID, comma set mail ID as like this way. Use state. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is here we know that in this mail ID there is the mail ID that we are giving, that is mail ID of the recipient. So I'm going to pass this mail ID as a third argument here with the backtick. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define the second variable. So here I'm going to give the name of the variable as message doc. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to create a new subcollection in this document. Okay, so for that purpose, I'm going to define a new variable. That is, I'm going to give the name of the variable as message ref. So here I have given the name as message ref because I'm going to use the collection function from the Firebase. So inside this collection function, I'm going to pass two arguments. So as a first argument, I'm going to pass this user doc itself. And as a second argument, I'm going to pass the name of the subcollection that we are going to create in the recipient's document. So I'm going to give the name of the collection or subcollection as inbox. Okay. So now a new subcollection will be created in the recipient's document with the name inbox. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give this message ref inside this add doc function as a first argument, and as a second argument I'm going to pass the content of the mail. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is to define a new state. I'm going to give as message set message, which is equal to use state as like this way. So now I'm going to use this set message in the third text field here in the on change of this third text field. So here I'm going to pass the set message and I'm going to give the e.target.value that we get from the event. Okay, so next I'm going to do is here we will get that message or that mail content in this message state. So I'm going to pass that as the second argument into this add doc function. So I'm going to give as email colon message. So now you can see that I'm going to call this send message function inside the on click of the button send. So here in the on click, I'm going to paste that or call that send message function. Then next I'm going to do is, so here I'm going to send a mail by giving the mail ID, subject and the content. At that time, a new subcollection will be created in this document. Okay. So before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in by using another Google account or another user. Okay, here I am going to click on the sign in with the Google account from another Google account, and you can see that we will be signed in, and I am going to send a mail to this user. Okay, so here I am going to give the mail ID of that user or the recipient. So you can see that this is the mail ID of that recipient. So I am going to give this mail ID in this text field. Okay, as like this way. Then next I am going to give the subject as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the content of this mail. Okay, so here I'm going to give as hi. Okay, then next I'm going to give, or next I'm going to click on the send button. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in the recipient's document. I am going to click on the send button. So I'm going to refresh this page. At that time you can see that the subcollection will be created in the recipient's document. Okay, so here you can see that a new subcollection is created called inbox in the recipient's document. Okay, so you can see that here this is the inbox which contains the document with the random document ID, and you can see the field which contains the email. That means the content that we have sent or the email that we have sent. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to send a mail from the other Google account. So here you can see that at that time a new inbox or new subcollection will be created in this Google account. Okay, so here I am going to click on the compose and I am going to give the mail ID of the other Google account. So here you can see that this is a mail ID that I need to give in the text field. Okay, so here I am going to give the mail ID of the user as like this way. Then next I am going to give the subject. So here I am going to give the subject as okay. Then next I am going to give the content of the mail. So hi as like this way. Okay, then next I'm going to do is to click on the send button. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in other Google account document. Okay, so here I am going to click on this send button, and when we check the database, you can see that a new subcollection is created in the other Google account also. That is subcollection called the inbox, which contains the document with the random ID and also the email. Okay, so we have created a document and we have sent the mail. As of now, you can see that we have created a subcollection in the opposite Google account or the recipient's Google account. Okay, so next I'm going to create a new subcollection in the same Google account or the current Google account itself. So I'm going to create a subcollection called send. Okay, so for that I'm going to do is to define a new function in this message component. Okay, here I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to do is here we have I'm going to change the name of the function as inbox. So I'm going to give the name of the subcollection itself. So I'm going to copy this function and to replace this send message, or I'm going to change this send message function into inbox. Okay. The next I'm going to give the name of the new function as send. That means the name of the new subcollection. Okay. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to use the function called add doc from the Firebase as like this way. And I'm going to give the async await as like this way. Or I think I can we can do that. I'm going to copy this send function and to paste it here. And then I am going to change the name into send here. Okay. Then we have to bring some changes in these variables. That means here we have given the mail ID of the recipient in this third argument. So here I am going to give the mail ID of the sender itself. So we will get the mail ID of the sender from the auth.current user. The current user contains the mail ID of the sender. Okay, so I'm going to give the mail ID that is auth.currentuser.email. That is the mail ID of the current user. Okay, so next I'm going to change the name of the subcollection. Here I'm going to give this name of the subcollection as send rather than inbox. Okay, so now you can see that we have defined a new function called send. Then next I'm going to call this function send inside this inbox function after the add doc. So I'm going to call this send function here as like this way. Now you can see that a new subcollection called send will be created in the current users document in the database. Okay. So for that I am going to send a new mail from here. So I'm going to give the mail ID in this text field as like this way. Then after that I'm going to give the subject as well and the content. Then here I'm going to give the subject and I'm going to give the content of the mail, that is hi. Okay. Then after that, I'm going to click on the send button. At that time, you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this current user's Google account ID or Google account document in the Firebase. Okay. So I'm going to click on this send button. At that time, you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this Google account itself. That is subcollection called send. So inside this subcollection, you can see that there is the field that is email that we have sent. Okay. So in the inbox of the other Google account, you can see that there is two document has been created. Okay. So we have done that. That is, we have sent the mail and we have stored by using two subcollection. So next I'm going to do is to list the mail in this home page. So here you can see that in the original Gmail account, the mail is listed here as like this way. So I'm going to list the mail. So, so for that I'm going to do is in the middle component, I'm going to define a new function. So here I'm going to define the function called get message. Okay. So const get mail as an arrow function, get doc. So in Firebase, there is two functions, that is get doc and get docs. Here we are going to use get docs because we are retrieving a collection of documents. Okay. Then next I am going to give async await. So here I am going to give try catch. Then here I am going to give as console.error error. Then I am going to pass this get docs into this try. Okay, that's like this way. Then after that, I'm going to do is to define a variable. So here I'm going to define a variable called user doc. Okay. So here I'm going to use the doc function from the Firebase as like this way. And inside this doc, we have to pass three arguments. That means first, the database. We have already done this. Then second, we have to pass the name of the collection. So here I'm passing the name of the collection, that is users. We have already created the collection named users. Then as a third argument, we need to pass the ID. So we know that we have given the ID of the document, that is the email ID itself. So here you can see that this is the ID of the documents. So we have given the ID of the document as the email ID itself for identifying. Okay. Or for sending the email. Okay. So we need to give the same ID here. So in this case, we are going to retrieve the collection of documents of the current user, the user who is logged in now. Okay. So I'm going to give the mail ID of the current user. So we know that the mail ID of the current user will get from auth dot current user property. Okay, that is auth dot current user dot email as like this way. So next I'm going to define another variable, that is I'm going to give as message doc, and I'm going to give the collection function from Firebase. So here I am going to give the first variable or first argument as user doc, and as a second argument, we need to give the name of the subcollection. So here, first of all, I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as inbox. Okay. So as like this way. So next I'm going to pass this message doc into this get docs. Then after that, I'm going to do is to call this get to mail inside use effect. So I'm going to take the use effect hook as like this way, and I'm going to pass this get mail function or call this get mail function inside the use effect. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is to define a variable, that is I'm going to give the variable name as data. and I'm going to log this data in the console. Okay, so now you can see that in the console, I'm taking the console here. So here is the query snapshot. The query snapshot contains a docs. This docs contains the details or the data that we needed. But as of now, it is not in the form that we can use directly. So we need to convert it into the form that we can use directly. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to map through that docs. Okay. So we have a docs there inside the data. So I'm going to do is first of all, I'm going to define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as filtered data, and I'm going to map through the data.docs as like this way. Then you can see that here I am going to take each document as doc, and I'm going to first call the data function on the doc as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this filter data into a state. So for that I'm going to define a state variable here. That is I'm going to give as mail data, set mail data, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give empty array here. Okay, so then next I'm going to pass the filter data into it. Okay, as like this way. So here in this empty array, I'm going to pass the mail data itself, and here I'm going to console the mail data. Okay, so now you can see that in the console, I'm going to take the console again, and here you can see the details, that is email. So next I'm going to do is to map through this mail data. So here, first of all, I'm going to comment the other paper components as like this way, or I'm going to remove that components. Okay, I have removed the other paper components. I have only kept one paper component. Then below this refresh image, I'm going to map through that mail data as like this way. So that is mail data dot map, and I'm going to return here as the paper component completely. Okay, as like this way. So here I'm going to take it as data itself. And next I'm going to do is, you can see that here in this span, here is the sender name and here is the content. Okay, so I'm going to give this content or take this content as data dot email. We know that we are getting this mail in the form of email. Okay, or in the name of email. So now you can see that here I'm going to give as email. So I'm going to take our home page. So now you can see that here is the mail as like this way. It is listed here. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a name of the sender here. The name of the sender can be given when we are sending the email. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the message component. So in the message component, this is the function that we have defined for sending message. Okay. So here you can see that we have send the message only. Okay. Or email only. So along with the message, I'm going to give the name of the sender here. Okay. So here I'm going to give as sender, that is auth.current user contains the display name also. So I am going to give the display name as sender name. Okay. So here next I'm going to take the middle component. So in the middle component, you can see that I'm going to give the, or I'm going to show the name of the sender here, data.sender. So now you can see that next I'm going to send a new mail. So here you can see that from this account I am going to send a mail to this user as like this way. Then next I'm going to give here the subject as sample. So I'm going to send a sample mail and I'm going to click on the send button. So at that time you can see that in the other user homepage, here it is showing the sender name also along with the message. Okay, fine. So here you can see that there is a gap between the mail. So I'm going to remove this margin top that we have given before in the initial time. Okay, it's like this way. So now you can see that that gap is gone. So next I'm going to do is, you can see that here is inbox, start, snoozed, sent. Next I'm going to list the email in the send subcollection also when we are clicking the send button. Okay, so when we are clicking send button, at that time the email contained in the send subcollection need to be shown here. And when we are clicking the inbox button, at that time the mail in the inbox subcollection has to be shown here. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is, we know that in the main component we have called the left panel and the middle component. Okay, so first of all I'm going to do is, I'm going to define a state variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as subcollection. Okay, or I'm going to give as subcollect. Okay, which is equal to use state. So next I'm going to do is, I'm going to first pass this set subcollect into this left panel. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to do is, I'm going to the left panel component here and I'm going to take the props. So here in this span, what I'm going to do is, in the on click of this span, I'm going to pass the dot set subcollection or set subcollect as inbox, as like this way. Okay, then in this send, I'm going to pass it as, inside this on click, I'm going to give it as props dot set subcollect as send. Okay, then next I'm going to do is, in the main component, I'm going to pass the subcollect state into this middle component. Okay, so exercise this way. Okay, so next I'm going to take the middle component and here I'm going to take the props. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to pass this props dot subcollected in the place of this subcollection. Okay, so first of all I'm going to remove this. Here I'm going to give a backtick, and inside this I'm going to pass the props dot subcollect, that is props dot subcollect. If the props dot subcollect is available, then we have to show the props dot subcollect as like this way. Okay, otherwise I'm going to show the details or mail in the inbox subcollection as a default. Okay, so now you can see that as like this way. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to click on this send button and inbox button. At that time you can see that next I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a cursor pointer in this style here, pointer, as like this way. Here also. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to click on this send button here. At that time you can see that the mail in the send subcollection will be listed here. Okay, so I'm going to click on this send. So at that time you can see that the mail has been changed. Okay, then next time I'm going to click on the inbox button. At that time you can see that the mail in the inbox subcollection is shown. Okay, so here you can see that I'm going to send another message to the other Google account. So here I'm going to give as, okay, then next I'm going to click on this send button. At that time you can see that when I take this send, you can see the mail here. Okay, so I'm going to take the inbox. Okay, so it is fine. So next I'm going to do the functionality for the search bar in this Navbar. Okay, so before that, I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that in the middle component, I'm going to log the mail data as like this way. Then here you can see that I'm taking the console, and here you can see that this mail data is showing again and again, or re-rendering is occurring randomly. Okay, so eventually what will happen is it is leading to an error, that is a Firebase error, that is quota is exceeded. Okay, so for avoiding that, I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this mail data from this dependency array, and I am going to give the props dot subcollect. So at that time, what will happen is such that the list of mail will only shown in the middle component or in the main component only when we click this left panel button. That means when I click the send button or when I click this inbox button, at that time only the mail will be shown here. Otherwise, when I refresh the page, there will be no mail. So when I click this inbox, you can see the mail here. Okay, so next I'm going to do the search bar functionality or search functionality of this nav bar. So before that, I'm going to do is to remove this border from here. Okay, so when we are clicking, there is a border showing. So for that, I'm going to take the navbar component, and here you can see that this is the input field that we have used for the search mail. Okay, so here we have already given the border none. Okay, then next I'm going to give as outline to none as like this way. So now you can see that there will be no border when we are clicking the search bar. Okay, then next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for the search bar by using the filter method from the JavaScript. Okay, so here, first of all, I am going to the main component, and from here I am going to define a new state, that is search set search, which is equal to use state. Okay, then I'm going to give this set search to this navbar component as like this way. That is set search, which is equal to set search, and here in the navbar component I'm going to take it as props as like this way. Then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this set props dot set search in this input field. So here in the on change I'm going to give as props dot set search. Okay, so here I'm going to pass e dot target dot value, and I'm going to give the event here. Okay, then next I'm going to do is I'm going to take the main component again, and I'm going to pass this search state to the middle component. Okay, as like this way. And I'm going to take the middle component. So in the middle component, you can see that here we have mapped this mail data. So I'm going to give the filter method here itself. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, we have taken a props here before. So I'm going to use the props dot search state. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, if the props dot search is available, that means we have, if we given any search there, then we have to give the filter method here. Otherwise, we don't want to give the filter method. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste it again as like this way. So otherwise, we don't want the filter. Okay, so here I'm going to give as filter as like this way. And inside this filter, I'm going to give as data and data dot sender. Okay, so we have already given the name of the sender when we are sending the message in the message component. Okay, as like this way. So we are comparing the sender name here as like this way. That is data.sender which is equal to the props.search. Okay, so we are going to give the name of the sender in the search option. So if this props.search is available, then this functionality will happen. Otherwise, there will be no filter method. Okay. Okay. So now you can see that I'm going to take the inbox. So at that time you can see the mail here. The next I'm going to give the name. So when I give this name, you can see that there is no listed. So I'm going to give the complete name. Okay, at that time you can see that the mail is listed here. So now the search is working. Okay. So next I'm going to do the delete functionality of our Gmail clone. So here in the original Gmail account, you can see that here is the delete button. So when I click this delete button at that time, you can see that that mail will be gone. Okay. So I'm going to do that here. So for that, here I am going to put an image of delete. So first of all, I'm going to import an image from my system. Here you can see that this is the image that I am going to import into our project. So I'm going to import this first into the images folder here. Then next I'm going to do is to import that image into this middle component. So I'm going to import it as remove from images slash bin.png. Okay. So now I'm going to use this image here. After this span, I'm going to use an image tag again. And here I'm going to do is to use the source attribute as like this way. And inside the source attribute, I'm going to use the remove or delete or bin image as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the same style from here. I'm going to copy and paste here. Then next I'm going to give the image here also as like this way. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a function for delete. So here I'm going to give as the name of the function, that is delete mail, which is an arrow function. Then I'm going to use the delete doc functionality from the Firebase. Okay. So here I'm going to use the async await. Then next I'm going to use the try catch as like this way. So here I'm going to give as try catch error, that is console dot error. Then next I'm going to pass this delete doc into this try. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to define a variable next. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as we have already defined this variable here also. So I'm going to copy these two variables from here and to paste it here. Okay. Here we have already given the auth.currentuser.email. Don't want to change that. So here you can see that we have given the this property. So I am going to remove this backticks. We only want to give this inbox sub collection here. Okay. So next I am going to pass this message dog as an argument into this delete dog function. And after that I am going to call this delete mail function in this image, that is in the on click of this image. Okay. As like this way. So I am going to copy the same and to paste it in the image below as like this way. So next what I'm going to do is, here you can see that we have given the two arguments into this collection. That is, first is user doc and second is the name of the sub collection. So we need to give a third argument also. That means we have to specify the document that we are going to delete. That means, for example, I am taking the Firebase database. So here you can see that this is the users collection. So inside I am going to take this mail and here I am going to click on the inbox sub collection. So here you can see that there is two documents. So the documents can be identified by only the ID that is given here. Okay. So first of all, we need that ID. Okay. So we will get that ID from here. You can see that we have given the ID as like this way when we are getting that email. Okay. when we are retrieving that email, we have already given the ID to this state. Okay, so we can retrieve that ID from here. That means this data contains that ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass that data into this delete mail function as an argument. Okay, so here I'm going to pass the data as like this way. Here also I'm going to pass the data as like this way. Okay, so now you can see that we can get that data here. So I'm going to get that data as data itself, and I'm going to pass the ID here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this collection into dot. Then only we can pass the third argument here. Okay, that means for specifying the document, we need to give the doc function. So here I'm going to give the ID. That means data.id. Okay, as like this way. So I'm going to give a cursor pointer, and also I'm going to reduces the size. So here I'm going to give as 1.1. Here also I am going to give as 1.1. Okay, then here I am going to give the same. Then next I'm going to give the margin left also. So here I'm going to give the margin left for about 1 VW. Here also I'm going to give the same. That is 1 VW as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. The next I'm going to give a cursor pointer also. Here also I'm going to give the cursor pointer. So I'm going to copy this and to paste it here. Then next I'm going to click on this delete button. You can see that I'm going to click on this delete button. At that time you can see that mail will be gone. Okay, so now you can see that the mail has been gone. Here you can see that there will be only one document. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is here you can see that when we move over this email, then only that delete button will show. Otherwise, the delete button will move or will be disappeared. Okay, so next, I'm going to do that functionality. So for that, I'm going to define a new state. That means here I'm going to give that the state show set to show, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give as false as the initial state. Then next I'm going to do is here you can see that this is a span. So I'm going to use the on mouse enter. So in the on mouse enter, I have given the show to true, and next in the on mouse leave, I'm going to give as set show false. Okay, that's like this way. I'm going to give this same in the span below here. Okay, that's like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to put here the condition. That means if the show is only true, then only we need to show that image of delete button. Okay, you can see that as of now that image of delete button is not showing. So when I hover this span, at that time you can see that the delete button is showing. Okay, so next I'm going to do the right panel section. Okay, so here you can see that in the right panel you can see there is three icons. That is icon of calendar, icon of contact, and task. First of all, I'm going to create the task component. Okay, so here I'm going to do is to create the component called notes.js, and I'm going to use the same model component from the material UI. So I'm going to copy the model from here. Okay, then next I'm going to paste the model in this notes component. Then I'm going to change the name of the component, that is notes. Okay, so then next I'm going to remove this section also. I'm going to call this nodes component in the right panel. So in the right panel, you can see that here is Here is the three icons, that is calendar, user and task. So in the task icon, I am going to comment that task icon and I am going to call the nodes component here as like this way. So here you can see that I have called the nodes component. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image from here and to paste it here. So you can see that as of now, here you can see that there is no image. So I'm going to uncomment that image and I'm going to import the task image into this component. Okay, so that is task from images slash tasks. So at that time you can see that here is the task image. So when we click this task image at that time, that pop-up has to be arrived. So what I'm going to do is here I am going to give the handle open function in the on click of this image tag. Okay, as like this way. So next you can see that when I click this task icon at that time the pop-up will be arrived. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to bring some changes. So here I'm going to remove this image tag and in the notes I'm going to bring first I'm going to bring the changes in this style. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to give the left as 92 percentage and next I'm going to do the width, that is 14 VW. After that I'm going to give the min height. So here I'm going to give the min height, that is min height for about 650 px as like this way. After that I'm going to remove this border as well as the box shadow. Then I'm going to give the padding 1 VW. Okay. So now you can see the structure as like this way. I'm going to click on this task. At that time you can see that the pop-up model in the right side and the right side. Okay. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some changes in this section. So first of all, I'm going to remove this typography, second typography. Then I'm going to remove this ID variant and the component. Okay. So here I'm going to change this typography as add nodes. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to give a style also. Here I'm going to give the style such as I'm going to give the SX tag. That is I'm going to give the padding to about padding top 3 ph 3 VW and I'm going to give the font size also. So I'm going to give the font size for about 1 VW and next I'm going to give the color also. I'm going to give a color for about gray. Okay. So now you can see that the structure of the add nodes as like this way. Okay, add nodes pop up. So I'm going to make it as a to-do list, a pop-up for adding the to-do list of the current day. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to use the input here. So here I am going to give as input field as like this way. So in this input, I'm going to give the placeholder, that is I'm going to give as nodes and after that I'm going to use the button. So I'm going to use two buttons from the material UI. One button is for add nodes and another button for show the nodes. So here I'm going to use a button to show the nodes because in the last video I have done one thing in the middle component. That means I have removed the state from this dependency array and I have given the props.subcollect because uncontrolled re-rendering were occurred. That leads to an error in the Firebase, that is quota exceeded error. Okay, that's why I have given here the props.subcollect as the dependency. So as like that of in this middle component, I have given a button for showing the list of nodes here. Okay, as well. The next I'm going to give a variant that is contained. Then here also I'm going to give the variant contained So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the SS tag, and inside this SS tag I'm going to give the font size, that is font size for about 1 VW. After that I'm going to give as width. So here I'm going to give the width, that is 4 VW, and I'm going to give the height. So I'm going to give the height for about 2 VW. Okay, so now you can see that the structure as like this way. Then next I'm going to copy this SX tag from the add button to paste here. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this. Here is nodes input tag. Then here in the input, I'm going to give a style, that is outline none. Okay, and I am going to give the font size also. So here I am going to give the font size, that is 1 VW. Then next I am going to give the width for about 11 VW, and after that I am going to give the height for about 1.5 VW. Okay, so here I am going to give as height 1.5 VW, as like this way. Then now you can see the structure as like this. Here also I am going to give a margin top in this button, margin top for about 1 VW. In this button also I am going to give the margin top as 1 VW. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this for the task or nodes. Okay, then next I'm going to do is here I'm going to show the responsiveness of this component. Okay, it is responsive. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to create these components for this contacts and this calendar section. So I'm going to do is first of all I'm going to define, or I'm going to create a component, that is first of all I'm going to create event component, event.js, for the calendar icon. Then next I'm going to create the component, that is contacts. Okay, so in this component what I'm going to do is here contacts.js. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste the complete code from the nodes component as like this way. Okay, so after that I'm going to paste it in the contacts component and also the events component as like this way. The next I'm going to change the name of the component. So here I'm going to give as event, and here I'm going to give as contacts. Okay, then next I'm going to do is I'm going to change the image or icon here. So here I'm going to import the user icon. Okay, as like this way. Then in this event I'm going to use the calendar icon. So I'm going to replace it using calendar icon. So I'm going to import the calendar from the images folder as like this way. So next I'm going to do is next I'm going to the right panel section, and in this right panel I'm going to replace these images using the components. So here I am going to call the component, that is contacts, as like this way. Then next here I am going to replace this image component and I am going to use the event component. Okay. Next in the contacts component there is showing one error, that is, so here I am going to give the user image. Okay, fine. So next I am going to click on the each image. At that time you can see that the pop-up will be arrived. Okay, okay, fine. Then next I'm going to bring some changes. That is, we have only done the notes pop-up. We have added the title, the input field, and the two button. So next I'm going to complete the contacts component. So here I'm going to take the contact component, and in the contact component I'm going to use two input field as like this way. So here I have given notes, so I'm going to change it into name, and here I am going to change it into mobile. Okay, just like this way. So now you can see the structure as like this. Okay. So here I am going to give a style that is margin top for about 1 VW as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that this is a structure. We can add the contacts. So I am going to give here the contacts, add contacts. Okay, fine. So next I am going to change the event component. So here I am going to give as, first of all, I am going to give the event as the placeholder for the input field. Okay, next I am going to copy this input field and to paste it here. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this placeholder and I'm going to give a type for about date. Okay, I have given the type as date. So at that time you can see that when I click this calendar icon, here is event and date. Okay, fine. So next what I'm going to do is we have done the design part of this three components. Okay, so next I'm going to do is to give the functionality for these components or pop-up. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to do the nodes section. So here in the nodes component, I'm going to define a new function. So here I'm going to define the function that is add node. So here I'm going to define the function add node as like this way, which is an arrow function. So I'm going to use the add doc from the Firebase, and I'm going to give the async await here, async await, and I'm going to give the try catch as well. And I'm going to give as console.error. Okay. The next I'm going to give the add doc inside this try as like this way. So now you can see that we have defined the add doc function. So next we have to define two variable. So we have already defined that variable. So I'm going to copy and paste it from this message component. Here you can see that here we have defined that variable. So I'm going to copy that and to paste it here. That is user doc and message ref. But we have to bring some changes here. That means, so here they have given the mail ID of the opposite user or the receiver. So I'm going to change it to give the mail ID of the current user. That is auth.current dot email. Fine. The next I'm going to do is here they have given the name of the subcollection as inbox. So I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as nodes. Okay, as like this way. Then next I'm going to import the database, and also I'm going to import the doc function from the Firebase and the collection function from the Firebase. Okay, fine. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to call this add node inside this button here, add button. In the on click of this add button, I'm going to call that add node function as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is to show that nodes. So for that I'm going to define a new function. So I'm going to define a function that is const show node as like this way. Then I'm going to give the arrow function. Then I'm going to use the get docs function from the Firebase, and here I'm going to give as async, and here I'm going to give as await. Then next I'm going to give the try catch as like this way. Here error console.error. Okay. The next I'm going to pass this get docs inside this try. Then next I'm going to do is to define two variables. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here as like this way. So now you can see that. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to call this show nodes inside this show button here. So in the on click of the show button, I'm going to call the show nodes function as like this way. The next I'm going to do is here I'm going to copy or I'm going to give the message ref as the argument, first arguments into this add dog function. Then next I'm going to pass the nodes that we are giving. So for that I'm going to define a new state. So I'm going to define the state, that is const node set nodes, which is equal to use state. Okay, it's like this way. Then next I'm going to copy the set nodes and I'm going to give it in this input field. So here I'm going to give as on change, and inside this on change I'm going to use the set nodes as like this way. So here I'm going to give as e.target.value. I'm going to give here e. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give these nodes inside this object as nodes itself. Okay, it's like this way. Fine. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this message refer in this short show nodes function, and I'm going to pass it into the get docs. That's like this way. Then next I'm going to define a variable, that is data. Okay, so here I have given the nodes as hard coded. So I'm going to remove it as nodes state. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to define a new variable, that is I'm going to give as filtered data, and I'm going to map through the data.docs. We know that this data contains a property called docs. So we have to map through that doc for getting the data that we have needed. Okay, so here I am going to give the or take the each document as doc. Next I am going to call the data function on each doc. So I'm going to spread that doc and I'm going to call the data function. Then next I'm going to pass the ID as well. So here I'm going to give as doc.id. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new variable. So here I'm going to define the variable, that is I'm going to give as nodes data, just like this way. Set nodes data, okay, which is equal to use state. I'm going to give as an empty array. Then next I'm going to pass this filter data into the set nodes data. Okay, here I'm going to give as filter data as like this way. So next I'm going to log the state here, that is nodes data. So next I'm going to do is to add the note. So for that I'm going to take the or click on this task symbol and I'm going to add a note. So I'm going to add the to do as like this way, reading. So here I'm going to click on the add button. At the time you can see that a new subcollection will be created. So here you can see that in this Google account, a new subcollection called notes has been created. So here you can say that in this notes subcollection, there is a document. That means you can see the field here, notes, which contains the notes that we have given. Okay, the to do that we have given. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to click on this show button. At that time you can see that in the console, there will be the data as like this way. Okay, the note that we have given. So next I am going to do is to show that notes here. So below this button, I'm going to give the br tag, and then next I'm going to list that notes. So for that I'm going to do is to map through the notes data state as notes data dot map as like this way. So here I'm going to give the return, and I'm going to give data here or take each nodes as data, and here I'm going to give as list. Then next here in this list I'm going to give as data dot nodes. Okay, so now you can see that here is the node that is reading. Okay, so here I am going to give as style, that is margin top for about 0.5 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. Then I am going to add another node. So here I am going to add as shopping, and I am going to click on add button. At that time you can see that I am going to click on show button. Here is shopping and reading. Okay, fine. So we have done the notes component or notes pop-up. The next I'm going to do the functionality for this event and this contacts. So here I'm going to change the title into event, that is add event in the calendar in the event component. So here I'm going to give as add event or events. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the functions from the nodes component and to paste it in the two components. Okay. Here I am going to copy this whole function and I am going to copy it in the event component first. Okay. As like this way. Then next we have to bring some changes. That is here I'm going to give the name of the function as add event. Okay. Then here I am going to give as a show event. Okay. So next here I am going to give as the name of the subcollection as event, and here I am going to give as name of the subcollection as event. Fine. Then next I am going to import the database collection and doc auth from setup.js file and add doc and get docs. So here I am going to import the add doc as well. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to do is I'm going to call the functions in these buttons. So I'm going to give the on click here, and inside this on click I'm going to give as add event, and in this on click of the show button I'm going to give as show event as like this way. Fine. So next I'm going to check the functionality. So I'm going to take the calendar. So here we have two inputs. That is, one is for event and one is for date. Next, I'm going to give the on change in this input two inputs. So we have defined a state for nodes data. So I'm going to change it into event, and here I'm going to give a set event. Okay, then next I'm going to give this into the on change of this input field. So here I'm going to give as on change e dot target dot value. Here I am going to give the event. Then next I am going to give here the event as like this way. Okay, so here we need to give the date also. So I'm going to define a new state, that is date const date set date, which is equal to use state. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to give this set date in the on change of this in second input. So here I'm going to give as on change as like this way. Then I'm going to give as set date. So here I'm going to remove this. And here I'm going to give as e dot target dot value. Here I am going to give the event. So I am going to change it into date. Okay, fine. The next I am going to pass this date here. That is date as like this way. Okay, fine. So next I am going to change this nodes data into event data. Set event data. Fine. Then next I am going to pass this set event data here. Okay, fine. So now I am going to add the event. So here I am going to add the event, that is I'm going to give as marriage, and I'm going to give the date here. So I'm going to give here as September 30. Then I'm going to click on the add button. So at that time you can see that here a new subcollection will be created, that is event. So I'm going to click on this subcollection event. At the time you can see that here is the date and the event. Okay. So next I'm going to show that event here. So I'm going to give here the br tag. So after that, I'm going to map through the state. So here there is event data. So I'm going to map through this event data. That is event data dot map as like this way, and I'm going to return. And here I am going to take each event as data. Then here I am going to give the list, and inside this list I am going to give the span tag. Okay. Then here I am going to give as data dot event, and here I am going to give as data dot date. Okay. Then here I am going to put an hyphen as like this way. So I am going to click on the show button. At that time you can see that here is the event that we have given. So I am going to give a style that is margin top for about 0.5 VW. Okay, so now you can see the structure as like this way. So I am going to give another event. Okay, so here I am going to take another date, and I am going to click on the add button. The next I am going to click on the show button. At that time you can see that here is the second event. Okay, fine. Then next I am going to do the functionality for this contact section. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole function and the state from this event component and to paste it in the contact component. So here I'm going to paste it as like this way. So next I'm going to change the name of these functions. So here I'm going to give as add contacts, and here I'm going to give as show contacts as like this way. Okay, fine. The next I'm going to change the name of the state. So here I'm going to give as name. Then here I'm going to give as set name as like this way, and here I'm going to give as mobile, and here I'm going to give as set mobile. Then here I'm going to give as contacts data, and here set the contacts data. Okay, fine. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this event subcollection into contacts, and here also I'm going to replace this event subcollection by using contacts. Okay, the next I'm going to call this show contacts function inside this on click of the button show as like this way, and here in this on click of this button I'm going to call the function that is add contacts as like this way. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to import these functions that is doc, collection, auth, database, add doc, and get docs from Firebase. Then here I'm going to change it as name, and here I'm going to give as mobile. Okay, then here I am going to give as set contacts data. Fine. Okay, so now you can see that I am going to add a contacts. So I am going to click on this contacts icon. At that time you can see that here is a pop-up. I'm going to give as name. So I'm going to give the random name here, and I'm going to give the random mobile number. Then I'm going to click on the add button. At that time you can see that a new collection will be created. A new subcollection will be created in this contacts. Here you can see that here is the contacts. So I'm going to click on the contact subcollection, and you can see that here is a document. So the document contains the sorry we have to give the state in this on change of this input. So I'm going to give the state here that is set function, So here I'm going to give as set name, and I'm going to pass the e.target.value as like this way. Then next I'm going to give the on click in the second input field. So here I'm giving as event, and here I'm going to give as set mobile. Okay, as like this way. So next I'm going to add the name here as like this way, and I am going to add the random mobile number. Okay, so then next I'm going to click on this add button. At that time you can see that a new document has been created. So here you can see the fields like mobile and name. Okay, fine. So you can see that we have given the, or we have added the details of the contact. So next I'm going to show that contacts here. So here I'm going to give as br tag, and below that br tag I'm going to map through the contacts data. Okay. So here I'm going to give as contacts data dot, and I'm going to do is to return the list tag as like this way. So inside this list tag I'm going to give the span also. So here I am going to take each contacts as data. Then here I am going to give as data dot name, and here I am going to give as data dot mobile. Okay. So next I am going to give a style that is margin top for about 0.5 VW as like this way. So now you can see that the structure here. So I am going to click on show. At that time you can see that the contact name and the mobile number here. So I am going to give a hyphen here as like this way. Okay, fine. So here you can see that we have done the three functionalities. That is the functionalities for these three icons, or these three pop-ups. Then next I'm going to give a style also. Here I am going to give a style of about a font size, that is 1 VW. Then I'm going to give the same style to this list in the event and in the notes also. So here I'm going to give as font size 1 VW, and in notes I'm going to paste it. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that when we check the responsiveness, okay, it is fine. Okay, next I'm going to do is to snooze and star the mail here. So I'm going to give the functionality for the starred and snoozed button in the left panel. So before that, one thing I'm going to do is, here you can see that as of now this delete button is as like this way. So I'm going to do is to take the middle component, and in this middle component here you can see that this is the delete button. So I'm going to give this on mouse enter and on mouse leave properties to this paper component. So here you can see that we have already given this on mouse enter and on mouse leave properties in this span. So I'm going to cut that properties from there and to paste it in this paper component. Okay, so in this two paper component, I'm going to paste that on mouse enter and on mouse leave. Okay, I'm going to remove from this span. Just like this way. Okay, so now you can see that this is a structure. I'm going to refresh the page. Here you can see that the delete button is here. So when we click the delete button, we can see that yes, that mail will be gone. Okay, then next I'm going to do is, here you can see that I'm going to take the inspect, and here I'm going to reduce as the size of the screen for checking the responsiveness. So at that time you can see that here the compose button is going inward of this navbar. Okay, when we are reducing this size. So I'm going to take the smallest screen. I have taken the smallest device here. So at that time you can see that the button of compose is invisible. Okay. So I'm going to do is I'm going to take the navbar component, and in the navbar component we know that we have given a position fixed properties or style here. in this SX tag. So I have removed that position fixed from here. At that time, you can see that the compose is here. Okay, so I'm going to increases the screen size, and also I'm going to decreases. At that time, you can see that the compose button is there. Okay, now it is responsive. Then next, the third thing that I am going to do is, here you can see that when I reduces the screen size, at that time, when you look the profile image section in the navbar, you can see that it is moving towards the text field. Actually, we are placed it in the end of this navbar, but when we are reducing the size of the screen, at that time you can see that it is moving towards the field, and also it is going as like this way. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the navbar, and here you can see that this is the profile section. Okay, so I'm going to take the profile section. Here what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to remove this margin left, and next I'm going to give a position. So I'm going to give a position for about fixed, and next I'm going to do is I'm going to give a left as 93 percentage, so or 97 percentage. At that time you can see that, or 96 percentage. Okay, so now this profile image section is here. The next I'm going to give the top for about 2 percentage or 2.5 percentage. So at that time you can see that this is a structure. Okay, it is staying there at the end of the navbar. Okay, so as of now you can see that profile image is at the end of this navbar. Okay, then next you can see that this left panel and right panel has moves to downward. So here I'm going to check the left panel. At that time you can see that here we have given the padding top. So I'm going to remove this padding top from here. So at that time you can see that it moved upward, and also when I reduce the screen size, at that time you can see the compose button there. Okay, it is fine. Then like that I am going to take the right panel also. So in the right panel I'm going to remove this padding top 6 BW from here also. So as of now you can see that the alt ing is correct. It is responsive. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do the functionality for starred. So here I'm going to define a new function in the middle component. So here I'm going to define a function called starred as like this way, which is an arrow function. So here I'm going to use the set doc functionality from the Firebase. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to give the async await. Then next I'm going to do is, here I'm going to give the try catch as like this way. Then I'm going to give the console dot error. Then next I'm going to define two variables. So I'm going to copy the variable from here as like this way and to paste it here. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this section, and here I am going to give the name of the subcollection as star as like this way. Then next I am going to pass this message docker inside this set docker as the first argument. And as a second argument, we need to pass the details such as email. So I'm giving here the object, and into this object I'm going to pass the details of the mail. We will get these details of the mail when we calling this stored function. So I'm going to call this starred function inside this image tag. Okay, so here I'm going to give the on click, and inside this on click I'm going to give the starred function as like this way, or I'm going to call this starred function. So we will get the details of the mail here as like this way. That is starred. We can pass this data into the starred as an argument as like this way. So we will get that data here. So I'm going to take that data as data itself. And here we can pass the details, that is email. So I'm going to pass the email as like this way. That is data.email. Okay, fine. So we have passed the message. So next I'm going to do is here I'm going to pass the document. So we have to specify the document that we are going to add to the starred subcollection, because in this we are using the setDoc function. So when we are using the setDoc function, we need to use a doc here because we are specifying the ID here. Okay, so I'm going to give the ID as, so we will get the ID from this data. Okay, so I'm going to give the ID as data.id here as like this way. At the time we can understand which mail we need to be changed to or moved to the starred subcollection. Okay, so here I'm going to call this same function in this image tag also as like this way. So next I'm going to do is to click on one of the star button here or star image here. So here you can see that there is two email. So here this is the first email. So I'm going to click on the first star button. At the time you can see that a new subcollection will be created in this database. Yes, you can see that here is the new subcollection that is created, that is starred. So we have already given the name of the subcollection here. Okay, so I'm going to take that subcollection. At that time you can see that there is a document which contains the mail which we have clicked. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is when we click the starred button, at that time we have to show the starred mail. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the main component, and here is the main component, and in the main component you can see that here we have passed the set subcollect function, state function into the left panel. So I'm going to take the left panel, and in the left panel what I'm going to do is here we have given the inbox send in the span as like this way. So I'm going to give the same in the starred. So I'm going to copy from here and I'm going to paste it here as like this way. And I'm going to give here as starred as like this way. Okay, cursor pointer in this image also. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. Okay, as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on this starred button in the left panel. At the time you can see that here is the mail that we have added to the starred subcollection. Okay, so next I'm going to do is here I'm going to give the sender name also when we are adding the mail to the starred subcollection. So here I'm going to give as sender data.sender as like this way. So now you can see that I'm going to click on the second mail here. So here you can see that this is the second mail. So I'm going to click on the second mail, and when I take the starred section, you can see that here is the second mail. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this star into yellow star. So when we take this starred section, so for that what I'm going to do is here when we are adding this starred subcollection, I'm going to do is to add another field, that is starred, which is equal to true. Okay, and here I'm going to give, that is here this is the image of star. So whenever this data dot star is true, or whenever the data contains the star, then we have to show the yellow image. Okay, so here I am giving the condition as like this way, that is data dot starred. If it is true, then we have to give the image, that is yellow star. Otherwise we have to give the same star as like this way. So here I am going to give the yellow. So I'm going to import that image from the images folder. We have already imported that images into the images folder. So here is the image. Okay, as like this way. So we have used that image here. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this style, put it here. Okay, as like this way. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the same condition in the below section also. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here as like this way. Okay. So now you can see that, okay, as of now, it is not yellow. So I'm going to remove the starred subcollection. So I'm going to click on the star button again in the inbox. So I'm going to take the inbox. So here, as of now, you can see that the starred subcollection contains no email. So I'm going to click on the star icon in this inbox. So here you can see that this is the first mail. So I'm going to click on this star icon here. So when I click the star icon, you can see that I'm going to take the star section. At that time, you can see that here is the mail which is starred. Okay, fine. So I'm going to give the cursor pointer in the starred image. So as like this way, I'm going to give as cursor pointer. Okay, fine. So here also, and here also, I'm going to give the cursor pointer as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that next I'm going to click on this first or second star icon also. So at that time you can see that the second email is added to the star. Then next we cannot add the same mail more than one time into the starred section or starred subcollection. Okay, so I'm going to click on one more time this first mail. So at that time you can see that the mail is not added again and again. Okay, that is because we have used the set doc function here. It is very important. So when we are using or when we are doing this type of functionality, that means if we don't want to add a particular thing, for example, here a particular mail for more than one time, we have to use this set doc functionality. Okay, so we have done the starred section. So next I'm going to do the snooze. Okay, so for that we have imported a image called snooze from my system. So I'm going to import that image. So here as like this way. So I'm going to import the image snooze from images slash snooze as like this way. Okay. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to define a new function for snooze also. So I'm going to do is to copy this start function and to paste it here. And here I'm going to do is to give it as snoozed. Okay, as like this way. Then next what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some changes. That is here I'm going to give the name of the subcollection as snoozed. Okay, this is the only change that I have given in this function. And here you can see that we have added the email, the name of the sender, and here we don't want to add a status to this section. Okay, so here I have given three O's. Okay, so next I'm going to call this snoozed function inside this image. So before that I'm going to use that image here. So I'm going to use the image here as like this way, image tag, and inside this image tag I'm going to give the source attribute, and inside the source attribute I'm going to call. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image tag and paste it here, and I'm going to give the snooze image here, and I'm going to remove this, or I'm going to change this delete mail functionality into snoozed. Okay, it's like this way. So we know that we have to pass the data here, then we will get the data here, and we have given the data of add.id here. Okay, so everything is fine. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to give the snooze image here also. So after this image I'm going to give the snooze again. Okay, so here I have to give the condition for delete. So I'm going to copy from here and to paste it here. Okay, it's like this way. Okay, that is for delete. So next I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the snooze button. Here you can see the snooze icon. So I'm going to do is I'm going to give a margin left here. So in this style, I'm going to give as margin left 1 VW, and also I'm going to increase the width also. So I'm going to give as 1.3 and 1.3 width and height. Then I'm going to bring the same changes in this section also. Here I'm going to give as margin left, that is 1 VW, and I'm going to give the 1.3 width and 1.3 height. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the structure as like this way. Here is the snooze icon. So whenever I click this snooze icon, at that time a new subcollection will be created in our database. Okay, so I'm going to give here the cursor pointer for this image also. So here I'm going to give as cursor pointer as like this way. Here also I'm going to give the cursor pointer style. Okay, so now you can see that I'm going to click on the snooze or clock icon. At that time you can see that a new subcollection will be created here. So I'm going to take this Google account. At that time you can see that a new subcollection called Snoozed is created, and here you can see the details such as the email and the name of the sender. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is, next as like that of starred, I'm going to take the main component, and here you can see that we have given the set subcollect into the left panel as the prop. So I'm going to take the left panel, and here I'm going to do is to copy this section as like that of starred and paste it in this span. And here I'm going to give as snoozed. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to do is, here you can see that we have given the subcollect in the middle. So I'm going to take the middle, and in the middle we have given the props here as like this way. Okay, fine. So next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to click on this snoozed button. So before that I'm going to give a cursor pointer also in the left panel. So here this is a snoozed. So here I'm going to give the cursor pointer as like this way. So cursor pointer as well. Okay, fine. So next you can see that here I'm going to click on this snoozed. At that time you can see that yes, here is the mail that we have snoozed. So next one thing that I'm going to do is, whenever we clicked the snoozed button, or whenever we added the snoozed mail, at that time it should not show in the inbox. Okay, so here you can see that this is the mail that we have added to the snoozed subcollection, but you can see the same mail in the inbox also. Here is it. So we have to change that, or we have to remove that from the inbox whenever we are snoozing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do to delete that from the inbox when we are adding into the snooze section. So I'm going to take the middle, and here you can see that this is the snoozed function. So inside the snoozed function, I'm going to do is, I'm going to define another variable. So I'm going to give the name of the variable as snoozed or snooze doc, which is equal to doc, and I'm going to give the user doc here as a first argument. And as a second argument, I'm going to give the inbox, that is the name of the subcollection inbox. And as a third argument, I'm going to give the ID of that particular document. So here I'm going to give backtick, and inside this I'm going to give as data.id. Okay, it's like this way. So next what I'm going to do is, I'm going to delete this particular document from the inbox subcollection. Okay, so for that I'm going to do is to use the delete doc functionality. So in this try itself, I'm going to give the delete doc. Okay, as like this way, I'm giving the await also. So in this delete doc, I'm going to pass the snooze doc. Okay, fine. So next, what I'm going to do is, when we click this snooze icon, that means this is the mail. Okay, so at that time you can see that this mail will be added to the snooze category or snooze subcollection. So I am going to click on this icon. Okay, so now this mail is added to the snoozed subcollection. So I am going to take the snoozed. At the time you can see that here is a mail. So next you can see that that mail will be removed from the inbox. Okay, fine. So now you can see that the inbox contains only a single mail, but this snoozed section contains the both mail. Okay, so we have done the snoozed and starred functionality. So next I'm going to do is here you can see that we have given a padding top in this middle section also. So I'm going to remove this padding top. At that time you can see that it is aligned well. The next I'm going to do is here I'm going to give the condition for this snooze icon also as like that of delete. So here I'm going to do is I'm going to give the show as like this way. Okay, fine. So I'm going to give same condition here also, that is show and the snooze image. Okay. So now you can see that this is a structure. Okay. So I'm going to click on the compose again. So here I'm going to type the or give the email ID as like this way. And I'm going to give the subject. And here I'm going to give the content. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to click on the send button. So you can see that in the other Google account, I'm going to take the inbox. So here is the mail that we have sent now. Okay. So here you can see that there is star button, star icon, and also you can see the snooze icon and the delete icon. So first of all, I'm going to click on the star icon. At that time, you can see that next I'm going to take the star section, and you can see that here is the list of the email. Then next I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the mail from this starred list. Okay. So at that time, you can see that this functionality is not working. Okay. So, so whenever we click the delete button in the start the subcollection, at that time also that mail need to be deleted. Okay, so I am going to take the delete functionality, and here I am going to do is I am going to define a new variable, that is I am going to give as starred doc as like this way, and I am going to give the doc, and inside the doc I am going to pass the user doc as a first argument, and next I'm going to pass the starred as the second argument, and I'm going to pass the id of the document as the third argument as like this way, data.id. Okay, so at that time you can see that whenever we click this delete button in any subcollection, that subcollection will be removed. So for that I'm going to give here the await again, and in this I'm going to give the delete doc, and here I'm going to pass the starred subcollection or star doc variable also. Okay, the next I'm going to copy this and to paste it here again, and I'm going to give here as snooze doc, and here I'm going to give as snoozed as like this way, and I'm going to copy and paste it again here. The next I'm going to do is to give the snooze doc here as like this way. Okay, fine. So now you can see that whenever we click this delete button from any of the subcollection, that will be removed. So I'm going to click on this delete button from this starred. So at that time you can see that it will be removed. Okay, here you can see that I'm going to take starred, then it is empty. Okay, fine. So like that, snoozed will work fine. So here I am going to take the snoozed, and you can see that here is two mail. So I'm going to click one of the mail. At that time you can see that it is removed from the snoozed. Okay, fine. So we have done the all the functionality of the mail. So here you can see that we have done this search functionality as like this way. Then we have done the profile section. Okay, I'm going to remove the box shadow in this profile. So I'm going to take the profile, and here I'm going to remove this box shadow from here. Okay, so this is a structure. So we have done the profile section, and we have done the inbox, starred, snoozed, send section, and we have done the compose. Okay, it's like this way. Then next we have done this calendar section. So I'm going to give the cursor pointer here. So I'm going to take the right panel. So in the right panel, I'm going to give the cursor pointer. So we have to give the cursor pointer in the each component, that is event. I'm going to give the cursor pointer in this section. So here I'm going to give as cursor pointer as like this way. So I'm going to copy this completely and to paste it in the notes as well as like this way. And I'm going to paste it in the contacts also. So I'm going to paste it here. Okay, fine. So next you can see that I'm going to click on the each icon in the right panel. So here I'm going to click on the calendar and I'm going to add an event. So I'm going to add the event, that is product launch. Then I'm going to set the date. So here I'm going to select the date, that is 30. And here I'm going to add. Then I'm going to click on show button. So at that time you can see that the events that we have added. Okay. So next I'm going to take the contacts and here I'm going to give the any name. So I'm going to give as name as like this way and I'm going to give random mobile number and I'm going to click on add button. Then I'm going to click on show button. Here you can see the so here there is a mistake. So I'm going to take the contact section and in the contact section, I have given here as on click. So I'm going to change it as on change. Okay, on change as like this way. So now I'm going to add again. So I'm going to give here as like this way. Then next I'm going to click on the add button and I'm going to click on show button. At that time you can see the name and the mobile. Okay, so here I'm going to give a hyphen. So this is the here I'm going to give the hyphen as like this way. So now you can see that here is the hyphen. Okay, fine. So next I'm going to click on this task button and here I'm going to add a task, that is I'm going to add, that is a to do as like this way and I'm going to click on add button. Next I'm going to click on the show button. So at that time you can see that the all to dos that we have added. Okay. So next I'm going to do is to click on the logout button. So I'm going to take the profile section and I'm going to click on the sign out button here. So at that time we will be redirected to the sign in page.
If this video is helpful to you, please consider subscribing to the channel.